Dubai, the city of gold, where today the world's best triathletes come together to crown the world champion. Marten Van Riel heads the start line as a strong favourite, with a podium finish securing him the title. But after his shock second place in Las Vegas, his competitors will be sensing blood. Lying in wait, Magnus Ditlev will be looking to re-find his early season form. And alongside him, Kyle Smith, Yuri Kulin and Sam Long will be fired up in an anything-can-happen race. It's the final 100k of the season. And the top 5 can all dare to dream. Today, we turn our attention to the men here in Dubai. 20 superhumans are minutes away from a race which could define their careers. Their life's work could come down to the next 3 hours. The question is, who can hold their nerve for a last battle here in the desert? After a season-long tour, this is what's at stake. Across the 6 races, we've had 5 different winners in the men's T100 field. Magnus Ditlev took the Miami crown before wildcard Yuri Kulin surprised the world in Singapore. In that sprint finish, it was Marten Van Riel with his first victory in San Francisco. Sam Laidlow took the win in London, then it was Van Riel again in Ibiza before our second wildcard winner, Yelegens, in Vegas. With 2 wins and a second, Marten Van Riel leads the standings by a very healthy 19 points over Magnus Ditlev. If Van Riel podiums today, he will win the title regardless of where any of the rest of the field place. For Ditlev to win the title, he has to win, and for Van Riel to finish 4th or worse. 3 points further back in 3rd, it's wildcard Kyle Smith. 4th is Sam Laidlow, who is not competing today due to injury. 5th, Sam Long, and 6th, Yuri Kulin. All can win the title if other results go their way. As with the women, our top 10 are in that lucrative contracted spot for next season. Anyone sitting outside of that will be hoping at the end of the day they can move into those positions. With a world title up for grabs today, the points on offer have increased. 55 points for a win instead of the regular 35. 45 for second and 40 for third, with more points being awarded for every position. Every point will also help you get a greater shot at some of the $2 million prize purse, with $210,000 going to our world champion today and $140,000 to our runner-up. This is in addition to a share of our regular race prize purse of $250,000. Well, we are back and ready to crown our men's T100 World Champion. Jan is back with us, and we've subbed out Lucy Charles-Barkley for another World Champion, Sam Laidlow. Welcome, and it's very windy up here as well. Welcome, Sam. I know you'd like to be racing, but the race's loss is our gain. You watched yesterday. What did you make of the women, and what do you think the men will have learned from how they raced yesterday in these conditions?
Yeah, I think the men would have watched the race for sure. The men always race really aggressively, so I think here they're gonna see the women's race, see how some of them broke in the last few laps, simply because the conditions here are really difficult. So yeah, they would have learned, but then can they apply it in the heat of the moment, quite literally in the heat of the moment, is another question. There's a lot of testosterone on this in this field, so yeah, it'll be really, really exciting.
Jan, does it feel hotter than yesterday?
I do think it feels a little bit warmer yet again. We were walking here. Up here we've got a bit of a breeze. I don't think our field is going to be quite as fortunate. It is scorching out there, and I think it's going to impact the race for sure.
Yeah, and for both of you actually, these men, most of them are looking for their first world title. When you were on the brink of your first world titles, did you feel it was in the water that day for you both?
For me personally, no, it was quite the opposite actually. My world title came at probably a really low point in my career when I least expected it. So yeah, who knows, there might be someone out there today who really feels like they haven't had a great prep and who might just pull out the race of their career. I'm not saying that they'll win the title, but they could win the race in the grand final, and that is obviously a great big deal. It's whoever's going to win is going to win the first grand final ever, and also then whoever's going to be world champion, we know for sure is going to be a world champion for the first time. So yeah, crazy.
Yeah, for myself, it was a long time coming, and I think for a lot of these athletes, it's been a long time coming. So the anxiousness is rising, the tension is rising, and we're just going to have to wait a little bit longer to find out who gets the gold.
Well, only 100 kilometres until we crown our men's world champion, but it has been a long journey to get here, which started all the way back in March in Miami.
Miami, and a new era of triathlon. Very first T100 about to take to the water. Magnus Ditlev is closing that gap on Magirier and Brownlee. The racetrack temp is 110 degrees Fahrenheit. Magnus Ditlev, the first ever winner of the T100.
And if Miami was the warm-up, this weekend these athletes step into an Asian furnace that can burn very hot.
Yuri, newsflash, you're not going to see anyone.
This is one of the greatest performances in T100 history.
The T100 has landed in San Francisco. We have all the ingredients for a truly iconic race.
I tell you, he's here to win and he believes he can win.
The anxiety is building.
Marten Van Riel, Carl Smith!
Oh my goodness!
T100 reloads as London now welcomes the heroic.
Very impressed with Sam Laidlow taking it by the horns. Oh my God, it's right there.
He is holding on for dear life in this battle of attrition with Kyle Smith. No one believed he would be able to get it right at this distance, and here he is. Sam Laidlow, you are the champion here. T100 London.
The T100 lands on the party island of Ibiza with the world's best triathletes here in pursuit of their own celebrations.
They have gone straight through a roundabout the wrong way on the course. Marten Van Riel has made a move. Sam Laidlow, he can't hold on. Undefeated streak remains. Marten Van Riel, your two-time T100 World Tour champion.
We are down to the penultimate lap in the race to be crowned the first ever world champion. The T100 stellar athletes are all in the entertainment capital of the world.
Marten Van Riel making the move to first place. He looks cooked. Jelle Geens takes the lead here. Jelle Geens is trying to break Marten Van Riel. The emergence of a star. Jelle Geens wins T100 Lake Las Vegas. And Marten Van Riel, you could see that he looked a little disappointed, but if anyone was going to beat him, like he said, happy that it was his friend to do so.
Well, Marten Van Riel has been the real deal this season. 2 wins out of 3, and maybe, Sam, the most impressive was San Francisco in that sprint finish.
Yeah, I mean, Martin's biggest strength is that he has no weaknesses. He's amongst the best swimmers, bikers and runners, and he can even sprint. So, yeah, it will be very, very tough for someone to take that crown away from him today.
But he has been beaten, Jan.
Well, he has been, but he's been beaten by the only man who's not here for this very race. And I think it's going to be tough because the only thing that can beat Marten is Marten in this race, right? Mentally, psychologically, there's a lot of pressure. It's been building up for a long time. And you know what? Let's hope there's no mechanical kind of difficulties that come into play here. There's all to play. Everything's to play for still.
He was almost beaten by Kyle Smith. We saw in that sprint finish there. Kyle obviously didn't race the last race because he's had a virus. He's back to his best now and really chomping at the bit to get going. Do you think he can be a dark horse? Wild card sitting in third.
I wouldn't call him a dark horse. He's had an amazing season, twice now second, and yeah, his biggest advantage is that he's got nothing to lose, so he's going to race, as he always does, really aggressively, because that's the only way he can take the world title. And yeah, it's going to be an epic battle out there.
Talking of being aggressive, Magnus Ditlev, he'll be aggressive on the bike for sure. The course behind us is flat. Is it the kind of course Magnus likes, Jan?
Well, I would say Magnus is more the calculated kind of silent assassin. It will come. I think the transition from the swim to the maiden park here is going to be the one that's going to favour him the most. The technical corners, we'll see how he gets through them. I think the pack is going to be very hard to get dropped by Magnus today.
Well, talking of another athlete, Yuri Kulin, he's won one of these back in Singapore. He's struggled mentally since getting that win. He said he'll be working on that in the last month. If he's got that sorted, can he be a danger here in the similar conditions to Singapore, Sam?
Yeah, I would argue that Yuri is probably more of a dark horse. I've seen him a lot this week at the hotel, and he seems in a really good space, just very relaxed and confident. So definitely, I mean, he loves these conditions. We've seen that in Singapore, and I believe that he'll almost definitely be on the podium, and why not a win?
Yeah, Yuri was a standout, wasn't he, in Singapore for that wild card as well. We have to mention Sam Long, yo, everybody loves him. The swim, though, if he sorts that out, it was a bit slower yesterday with the women because it's like a spa out there. Can he get in the race a little bit earlier on and be competitive if the swim's a bit slower, Jan?
Absolutely. I think that really favours him, actually, because he doesn't have that big broad width of speed. He's kind of got one speed, and it's very similar in the hot conditions. We saw it actually in Singapore, where he was able to make up that deficit. If anywhere, these are the kind of conditions where he can flourish, and let's hope he does.
And the water happens to be also really salty here, which could help with buoyancy and potentially make the worst swimmers swim a little bit better.
We saw that for Sam actually in San Francisco as well, probably the best swim when it was out there, choppy water, salt water, so that could be an advantage for him.
Yeah, I think some of the top swimmers might not risk overheating. It's very easy to overheat in the swim because you can't cool yourself down. So yeah, I expect a big swim group to come out.
What are the men like in this situations? With about a minute to go till we get them started, who's trash talking? Who's trying to get in the mind of the other? Sam, you're not there, so who else is doing that?
Oh, trash talking is such a thing. It's such a silent confidence thing that you know you're on, but almost in that moment you're not quite aware of where you are. I see someone like Yuri would probably be the one to hand out the most trash talk, but I feel like he's coming in a bit more quietly understated and hoping to perform at his best.
Would it be you if you were there, Sam?
Yeah, I like a bit of trash talk. Obviously, not everyone can take it, and even I at times have not been able to take it. So yeah, it's good for the sport, and yeah, there's a lot of respect between the athletes. But of course, today, once that gun goes off, they'll be fighting for the win.
Well, the time is now. It is time to crown our first ever men's T100 World Champion. So let's hand down to our starter to get the final underway.
From the United Kingdom, Alistair. Wearing number 6 from the Netherlands, Singapore T100 champion, Yuri Kulen.
I overcame all the odds. I ain't been playing it safe, nah. I was just giving my all. I'm taking it there. Hop in the Raven, we lay in the stars. I made it happen with bars, yeah. I was just playing my cards. I'm taking it there. Taking it there.
Wearing number 5 from the USA, he was second place in the T100 Miami. Yo, 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 Sam Wong. Wearing number 3 representing New Zealand, he was second place in the San Francisco T100. Please welcome Kyle Smith. Wearing number 2 from Denmark, he was second place. He was the champion at Miami T100, Magnus Ditlev. Wearing number 1 from Belgium, he is your 3-time T100 2024 champion and number 1 today from Belgium, Marten Van Riel.
Our two-time champion here, Marten Van Riel, second last time around at Lake Las Vegas. All of the biggest names in men's long-distance triathlon are here. Marten Van Riel, Kyle Smith, Yuri Kulin, Magnus Ditlev, Sam Long at the front of your screen. The conditions hotter here today than they were yesterday. Get ready for some brutal racing.
Athletes, you are now in the hands of the starter.
On your mark.
A little bit of a slow start for Marten Van Riel, as you can see closest to your screen. He does have a little bit of work to do to get back to the front of this swim, but being the swimmer he is, he's already there straight away. You can see Kyle Smith ducked in behind. Two very clear groups already starting to establish themselves. One closest to your screen, one over to the right. We saw yesterday with the women that things came together pretty quickly. Marten Van Riel, he had a slow start and he's already straight to the front of this swim. You can see Yuri Kulin directly to his right, leading the sort of middle group. Kyle Smith is the one in the red cap behind Marten Van Riel, closest to your screen in the orange cap. As always, I'm joined in champion by the Olympic bronze medalist and world champion, Vicky Holland.
Yeah, it's great to be here for yet another finals day at T100. We're about to crown another world champion. It doesn't get more exciting than this. And in the early stages of this swim, we can see now we've probably got 3, maybe even 4 distinct lines forming. That line right over to the left of your screen as you look at it, that line has Alistair Brownlee, Aaron Royal and Rico Bogan in it. And then right on the far right of screen, that is the line that has Kyle Smith, Marten Van Riel, and somewhere Magnus Ditlev. And for him, this is an important moment of the race. You know, his swim is there or thereabouts, and on a day when maybe they're not going to swim quite as fast as they might do sometimes, he can hang on in there, as we saw the likes of Ashley Gentle and Julie Deron yesterday setting themselves up for fantastic races.
Marten Van Riel taking this swim out hard early. You can see Kyle Smith in the red cap with the white sleeves and blue swimsuit. He's directly next to Yuri Kulin. Mathis Margier is the man in the white cap behind Yuri Kulin, and you can't see him now, but just to the right of the screen, Magnus Ditlev was there also. So all of the big names at the front of this race, but Marten Van Riel really taking things out hard, and you can see that there is a little bit of a gap forming. That 1.5, 2 meters that he's got to Kyle Smith. So if Kyle Smith or even Yuri Kulin can get across those feet here, this could be a split, or Marten might just be going off the front by himself.
Yeah, the way that those two athletes are positioned there behind Marten, they're almost hindering one another. They're sort of fighting for the same water, is the way we would talk about it in triathlon. They're not allowing each other to get a clear grasp of the water as they catch their stroke. So they'll be slowing each other down. One of them almost needs to give way to the other, and then they'll probably find they pull themselves back up onto Marten's feet. But the longer they swim like this, the harder it becomes. And we should point out that this is a really great position for Yuri right now. He has had some good swims this season, but he's also had some poor swims. We saw the last race, Lake Las Vegas. That was not a good swim for Yuri Kulin. He came out quite a way down. So for him to be in this position right now, that's really beneficial. And as we talk about that, we can see him moving over to join onto Aaron Royal's feet. That's Aaron Royal coming through in the pink hat, and he's making his way up onto Marten Van Riel's feet.
And Rico Bogan there in the blue cap that you can see was the one that was on Aaron Royal's feet, but as Aaron Royal cut across to try and get into the slipstream of Marten Van Riel, Yuri Kulin grabbed onto Aaron's feet and Rico Bogan jumped on to the hip of Yuri Kulin.
That's a great overhead shot. We can already see there is an athlete really quite far back, and we are only a couple of minutes into this race, and at this point you'd have to say the high likelihood is that that is Sam Long. Now, we were anticipating that perhaps the swim would be a little bit slower than it often is due to the hot conditions in the water, and we thought that might really help Sam Long. It was also mentioned by Sam Laidlow about the extra saltiness of this water helps with the buoyancy. So far, that does not seem to be helping Sam Long. He is already a long way off the back of this group.
Marten Van Riel at the front of the swim, Aaron Royal right behind him, and Kyle Smith just to the right-hand side of the swim. All of the big names are here at T100 Dubai for the final. Let's hear from the contenders.
I'm Kyle Smith. I'm from Taupo, New Zealand. Marten Van Riel. I'm from Belgium.
Yo, 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 Sam Long. I am from the United States of America.
Magnus Ditlev, Denmark.
I just try to focus mainly on myself. I mean, everything else, it's not under your own control. It's not under my control what any of my competitors do. Yeah, I basically ride in the wildcard system and now in a shot to win the whole series, which, yeah, wasn't on my plan.
It's pretty special to have some of your best friends, and on Sunday, you know, you're going to smash each other's heads, but I really like that part of it.
Oh gosh, okay, can I think about that for half a sec?
Grateful to be here in the position that I'm in, but equally I'm an athlete and I'm a racer and I'm a competitor.
Let's look at the big cities of the world I've traveled to. I've traveled to Dubai, I've traveled to San Francisco, I've traveled to Las Vegas, Singapore, to Miami, and London. So like, boom, that's 6 like super iconic cities in the world, and yeah, that's a pretty cool thing to do.
No one's going to be able to become the first T100 champion anymore after this Sunday, so I'm going to give it everything to be that guy.
This would be like Neil Armstrong going to the moon. That's the goal. That's why I'm here, so I'm always racing for the win.
Yeah, I think if you sort of ask me now and say, okay, what will you be happy with? I think I wouldn't be happy with anything but the win.
I'm not making a big thing about this race. I just come out, I do what I'm capable of, and whatever, I'll just wing it. Let's see what comes up.
So you can see that that's very clearly Sam Long at the bottom of your screen. Sometimes with the hot water, it does reduce the size of the gaps from the front to the back of the swim, but that gap does already look like it's quite a distance. Me and Vicky started in commentary. The 3-time Ironman World Champion, 5-time World Champion in total, Jan Frodeno's here, and he is pumped. He's just come and give Vicky a massive bro shake. He said it's World Championship time, baby. Jan, welcome here for day 2 at T100 Dubai.
And yet it is. I love the big stages, and this is the biggest stage of them all. Race dynamics already unfolding. I haven't even seen it, and the pack is already a single line all the way down. This is as good as it gets.
Marten Van Riel's out in front, Jan. He made a little bit of a move early. He got about 3 or 4 meters at most, but Aaron Royal was the one who closed it down, and he is on his feet. That's Yuri Kulin without the swim cap. Surprisingly, maybe to some, in 3rd position. He swam well all year, but he does deal well in the heat. We saw that in Singapore. And then you can see Rico Bogan in the blue cap sitting in 4th.
I'm actually wondering, I think it's Alistair Brownlee moved up into 3rd place there. You're right, it was Yuri, now it's Alistair.
Funny, isn't it, how we were talking about who would lose their swim cap first? And of course, the old fox, Alistair Brownlee, he's
we
out
predicted
there.
It, didn't we?
A little bit of cooling. This man knows what he needs to do to perform in the heat. It's not his preferred environment, but he's somebody who's been around the block more than once and always gets himself, you know, within the rules to the best possible position.
And you can see that it is Yuri Kulin who's dropped in back behind Rico Bogan as well. But really, this group is quite a bit bigger than what it looked like it was going to be about 200 meters ago, Vicky.
Yeah, the way that Marten Van Riel took that out after a little bit of a slow run-in, I would say, at the very start of the race, he then got himself to the front within the first 100 meters and really started to put in a little bit of a gap. And I do think that was partially due to Kyle Smith and Yuri Kulin sort of battling for the same space on his feet behind him, but he really strung it out, and it took Aaron Royal coming from completely the other side of the start line to come up and make it onto his feet and then sort of drag everyone else with him. To go back to the swim hats thing, I noticed that a couple of the athletes did not have their swim hats on till the very last moment. They put them on really late, and Alistair Brownlee was one of those athletes. Again, a clever athlete using his brain here to try and keep himself as cool as possible, as long as possible. It's no surprise to see that that swim hat is not on his head anymore. Another athlete who did the same was Sam Long. He came out for his introduction, was carrying his swim hat, wasn't wearing it, whereas most of the others already had their swim hats on, and they are thick silicone hats. They do make a difference when you're wearing those. It's hotter, it really does. You can feel the difference.
and it is officially hotter here today than it was yesterday. Being outside in that sun, it definitely feels it as well. Like Ashley Gentle just said before the race that it's definitely way hotter out here today than it was yesterday, and we saw the chaos that it created in the women's race.
And I think the thing you don't see on screen is how much 1 degree of water temperature makes a difference. If you get into your local pool and it's sort of 26.5 degrees, which is competition temperature, or 27.5 degrees, that's a world of comfort between stopping and not stopping, right? This is an extra 4 degrees over competition temperature, and it makes such a huge difference. I always found it's just your heart rate goes up. It feels like your pulse is sitting in your throat, and it's an easy place to second guess your life choices, which I think some of these men might already be doing at lap 1.
You know, I have to agree with you there. For me, I never had too many problems racing in the heat, and I found that I was able to do the work to adapt myself to hot conditions quite well. But adapting to swimming in hot water is totally different, and it's a different feeling. It really sort of feels like you're swimming through treacle, and then when you stand up, when you get out of the water, feels awful. It's just a totally different thing to race in hot water than into those slightly cooler conditions that you spoke about.
Well, the thing that is absolutely unique here that I haven't seen before is that this Australian exit, there's a big bucket that's got ice. And we saw one of the athletes take some and put it down their suit yesterday, which is once in a lifetime. So we'll see if any of the men take on some ice for the second lap, just to even keep down the temperature a little bit. It does make a difference because it's an extra stress on your body. I like to compare it to being at altitude, right? People feel like the air pressure is a little bit lower, you have a little bit less oxygen available, and that's exactly what this feels like. It feels like swimming at 3,000 meters altitude. Not that I ever have. So to the middle of your screen at the very top is where that bucket is placed. There are ice bags in there. Let's see if anybody goes past and grabs himself some ice to keep cool. Nope.
Rico Bogan. Of course, though. Rico Bogan, these are brutally hot conditions for him. Fred Funk's in the lead group. He's in front, 2 positions in front of Kyle Smith. Ben Canute at the end of that group. Dave McNamee on the back of that pack. His retirement race. Wish the best for him. A very strong front group, though. Marten Van Riel leading the chase. Aaron Royal in second. Alistair Brownlee in third. It was Rico Bogan who grabbed the ice in fourth. Yuri Kulan in fifth. You can see Magnus is just coming out of the water there. He did not make that front group. Fred Funk did. Justice Neilschlag did. Kyle Smith did. Mathis Margier did. Ben Canute did, and so did Jason West. And you can see that Sam Long is way, way, way back. I assume that's probably Leon Chevalier in second last, but yeah, you can see the leaders just making that pass. There is Sam Long. That's, wow. I think, at a guess, that's at least 2 minutes. That looks like a long, long, long way back. This could be the biggest deficit in a swim we've seen from Sam Long to the lead group in a T100 race so far this year.
Yeah, that's a really big deficit, and he will be swimming past all his competitors going the opposite direction now, wondering how much further he's got to go until he hits the beach for the end of his first lap. But that is not the start to the race that Sam Long will have been hoping for.
We're here, day 2 at the grand final in the 2024 T100 World Tour at Dubai. And once again, the great Jan Frodeno is going to take you through what today's course has in store for us.
Well, we have already seen the first of 2 laps and the Aussie exit on the swim course, when the athletes will transition and have a long transition on the bike over to the maiden race course. This is long, flat and windy time trial territory where the big movers will be trying to get some time before we move on to a very technical lap that is to be completed 7 times. Cornering skills are going to be crucial to save energy on the way to the second transition, when we have 7 laps on a very technical run course, plenty of shade and speed for a first ever world title.
And you can see that Sam Long makes his way through the Australian exit. He is 2 minutes and 3 seconds back halfway through the swim. We know historically in the T100 World Tour that whatever your gap is after lap 1, it does tend to extend. So that's 2 minutes and 3 seconds after the first kilometre.
Yeah, I just received a stat that in Singapore early this year, where he did end up finishing second, he was 4 minutes down out the water, so 2 minutes down halfway, but he's got a long way to go, totally on his own now. He will have benefited at the very, very beginning of the swim with a little bit of draft from those other swimmers. Admittedly, he didn't have that for very long, but we can predict that it's probably going to be slightly more than 4 minutes by the time he comes out.
I warmed up in the pool with him this morning, which was an interesting place. There were lots of athletes warming up either at the gym or at the pool. It's obviously not a good omen to warm up with me before your race, but to be honest, we were talking about how he actually thrives on having a bit of adversity. He needs that. The one time he didn't have it in San Francisco, you know, we were all expecting it to go his way, but he is probably the athlete the most comfortable in this position. He knows he's able to put down his head, ride his own pace. He doesn't have to worry about pack dynamics when he gets out onto the bike. And, you know, he's used to this situation as it unfolds.
I do think with Sam Long, there's also an element that he really has his best races in the heat, and he's not actually the same Sam Long when it's cold. And San Francisco was very, very cold. We've seen what he's done at both Miami and Singapore, and Jan, Dubai is probably as hot as either of them.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just something he deals very, very well with because he thrives on fitness. He's a very fit athlete, and this is what suits that kind of athlete.
So we're looking at Aaron Royal right at the front of the race now. He's taken over from Marten Van Riel on this second lap, and that's no surprise to see for people who've watched our series as a whole. You'll know that Aaron Royal is our regular swim leader, the best swimmer that we have on the circuit at the moment, and he's continuing to push the pace, string out this field. I think there were 11 athletes just made the pack at the end of that first lap, with a tiny gap back to 12th and 13th place, who are Peter Heimlich and David McNamee. And we'll see if we lose any more bodies on lap 2.
Aaron Royal doing what Aaron Royal does, taking charge at the front of the swim here today. We have all of the big contenders here at Dubai for the T100 Grand Final. Marten Van Riel, he's won 2 of these races already, second last time out at Lake Las Vegas. Potentially one of his big rivals today is in this front group. He's in the white suit, Kyle Smith. He's wearing that white suit, the fully white Christian Blumenfeld style suit, because he has been doing everything he can, the little 1%ers for today's race. He knew it was going to be hot, so he's risking it all wearing the full white suit, and he's taken a little bit of a break. We haven't seen him on the World Tour for 7 weeks. He's the one athlete who kind of took a little bit of a 1-2 week break, then did another training block just to prepare for this race and make sure that he was at as close to 10 out of 10 form as he could be. So I think Kyle Smith, a big one to watch for Marten Van Riel in the title for the first ever T100 World Champion today.
Well, in the title race, he's going to need a bit of luck, right? But in terms of winning today's race, I think he could certainly factor in. It was a forced rest. He did have some sickness to fight with, and that just shows you sometimes in an athlete's season, it can actually be helpful to have a little setback just to reset. We saw it in his energy. We saw it in his, you know, his mindset just coming into this. He's ready to go, and he really, really wants to win his first ever T100 race.
I noticed there was a second athlete right at the front of the pack who'd lost their hat. I wasn't sure if that was Kyle. There was oh, there we go, that's Kyle in the red hat there. So Kyle still got his hat, but there is a second athlete right at the front alongside Alistair Brownlee who's not got their hat as well.
And you can see Magnus Ditlev in the purple hat at the top of your screen going around that first buoy. So he's actually not that far off the back of this front group now.
The interesting thing that I think a lot of age groupers can't really know from an Aussie exit is just how taxing it is on the body. You come and you're swimming at pretty much full pace, right? And then you have to get up, have that feeling that you normally have when you run towards your bike, but you're running back in the water and forcing all that lactate to go right back into your arms. It really is a different challenge that is something unique to the T100 series, and something you can't quite appreciate seeing on your screen. But what Aaron Royal has done perfectly yet again is timed his effort on the first lap in order to push the pace on the second, and that Aussie exit actually makes a big difference in terms of athletes' dynamics.
You can see Sam Long at the very top of your screen, the isolated athlete next to
the lifeguard.
The lifeguard. Yes, that is the lifeguard. You were the lifeguard yesterday on pool deck, Jan, so surprised to not see you out there in the yellow shirt out on course.
It would be nice. It's so scorching hot, and if you're not racing, this is a perfect holiday destination. But right now, pretty sure all these athletes are very keen to get out of some 30.4 degree water. And the surprise for me, honestly, if I'm looking at the stats, is Brad Weiss. I know, he's somebody who's struggled throughout the season. He's probably had his best swim yet on the feet of David McNamee. But again, not too far detached after lap 1. Let's see what the damage is as we exit the water.
We saw Jason West kind of changed the way he went about his training in the lead up to Lake Las Vegas due to an injury. He did a lot more bike volume, a lot of extra bike sessions compared to what he's doing when his run volume's high. He does find himself in this front group. We've seen that he performs very well in the heat at Singapore, even at America last year. It wasn't exactly cold there. So I guess the thing now is, has Jason West been able to build on his run from Lake Las Vegas, and might we see a return from 2023 Jason West today?
So I think that is Rico Bogan swimming alongside Alistair Brownlee. Their sort of second equal, if you like, behind Aaron Royal. And then in that third row, we've got Yuri Kulin swimming alongside Marten Van Riel. So he has dropped back a little bit. Obviously, he was our lap 1 leader. And I noticed he went quite wide for a little while, let all the other athletes come through, and then has slotted himself back into the pack. Now, as I say that, he's actually brought himself back out again. It's an interesting place to be because he's getting no benefit there. He's not getting any draft. He's not sat on the feet of Alistair Brownlee in front of him. He's now going round everybody again, coming really wide. It just means he has to do a little bit more work, which very early on in a race that's as hot as this is an interesting choice.
Does it speak to the pace, though? I'm surprised, quite frankly, how big this first pack is. I mean, I know everybody lifts the game, and throughout the season you kind of look at your deficits and where you have to come in. But it feels this is half the pack at least.
Oh, way more than half the pack. I think there's no way Aaron Royal is pushing the pace. He's kind of talked about the fact that there's not a lot of point for him to swim as hard as he can, and he's just going to swim within himself. So knowing that that's how he planned to swim this, yeah, I think it's fair to say, Jan, that this pace is probably relatively easy for a lot of the top swimmers in this front group.
It's not like how it used to be, right, that you have one extremely strong runner or something like that. It feels like more and more athletes are so strong across the whole board that it almost makes no sense to have an escape off the front to try and isolate the 1 or 2 strong runners, because everybody's picked up their bikes. We've talked about Marten Van Riel really not having any weakness. He's with the strongest of riders and obviously one of the strongest runners. So yeah, I agree. It's when he's sitting on your shoulder, why would you try and exert yourself too much more?
And we did see this dynamic in the women's race yesterday as well. We had a much larger front pack out the water than we've seen at other T100 races this year. And I think, again, that's just indicative of the fact that people are paying a lot of respect to the conditions that they've got to battle today.
about to tackle the beach, as did 3,000 age groupers this morning. It's so good. Triathlon seems to be in a healthy space here in Dubai, as our first men come into a transition to Aaron Royal leading them out, Rico Bogan, Alistair Brownlee, Marten Van Riel, Fred Funk.
Yuri Kulan was right in there as well.
Kyle Smith a little bit further back in that group. Justice Nieuwslag was there as well. Interestingly, Jan, the wily veteran Alistair Brownlee lost his swim cap, but so did German young gun Rico Bogan, the world champion, who, in my opinion, struggles in the heat probably more than anyone else in this field. So maybe a smart move from Rico to lose that cap during the swim.
Well, he lost it on lap 2, so he probably looked over at Alistair and was like, oh, that's a good idea. But let's watch this transition. Not super smooth by Marten, making sure everything goes in the box, choosing to put his socks on first, which will help him in transition 2. That's a smart move. Alistair Brownlee straight out, not taking that time.
You can see
and
Kyle
thank
Smith.
God Kyle Smith has got a liner in that suit, because otherwise, well, let's not go there.
Inspired from Christian Blumenfeld's Tokyo Olympic gold medal winning suit, I'm told.
Marten Van Riel is the last of the group.
It's a massive group, and you can see Magnus Ditlev just entering your screen into T1. So he's really, really going to have to work hard for the front part of this bike, but seems likely that he will ride himself pretty quickly up to the front here, Jan.
Interesting that Alistair ran out first, but he somehow in that 90-degree right-hand turn lost 2 places. I'm not quite sure what's going on. As these athletes will find that 20-meter gap, let's make sure they keep it. Dear Alistair, we don't want to see anything of any slowdowns that are unnecessary today.
So 1 minute and 15 seconds, Magnus Ditlev is behind this massive front group. This is more than half of your field you're seeing in this front group. It's 13 athletes strong, so that's as big a front group as you tend to see at the top level of World Triathlon.
Yeah, Peter Hemerick and David McNamee did a brilliant job on lap 2 there. They were a little bit distanced at the end of lap 1, and they didn't really lose any more time, so they are in touch with the front athletes as they head out onto the bike.
Well, it's fair to say that's not 20 meters, but it'll take a little while for them to find their gaps and distances. To be very sincere, I don't actually know what the ruling is this early on in the course. It could well be that they've got some room of error, but they better start putting an extra 19 meters between them.
Yeah, my understanding is that it's at this point now where they're up onto that fairly straight long section that they need to very quickly make sure that they are at 20 meters. From this point in, I think we would see some penalizations, if that's the correct word, if they do not adhere to that 20-meter draft zone.
So Alistair Brownlee makes the pass on Justice Nieuwslag. Keep in mind you have 45 seconds to drop back once someone does make the pass. So that red flashing light you see on Alistair Brownlee's bike, that has 45 seconds.
And here we have a replay of what must have happened, because Alistair was out. Yes, exactly. Something must have come up, which might have been his nutrition. You sure as anything don't want to miss that.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a bottle in his hand there, so I do think you're absolutely right, yeah, and he knocked a bottle off just going up the ramp there before heading onto his bike.
Leon Chevalier here entering T1, taking on some fluid. Ice in the helmet.
That's the new trick that Sam Laidlaw, I feel like, revolutionized in Kona, where he had ice in his helmet, and now it seems to be the thing to do in a heat race. The second last bike out, as we see Sam Long coming out.
19 down, 1 to go, and here he is from the USA. Sam Long now standing. He hails from the Oro Valley.
So something Sam Long has been used to in 2024 on the T100 World Tour. He's exiting the water with a large gap from himself to the front group. Here today at the grand final, it is 4 minutes and 16 seconds out of the water, his gap to the front of the race.
I don't actually think that's as bad as it possibly could have been. I mean, I think at the halfway point we were thinking it might be a little bit worse than that, and I do think again that shows that lap 2 of the swim for the leaders wasn't quite as intense as it could have been. Full helmet of ice there.
So much ice, and the visor actually gets dropped off. They have little magnets so that it should be easy to reattach, and it is. No dramas.
Just time for Sam Long to go to work now, isn't it? He loves the heat and humidity. He's a guy who loves adversity. He loves when people doubt him. So, like you talked about earlier, Jan, I actually think this is a situation that Sam Long would be fully embracing and motivated by.
Well, once he's on a bike, he's a bit like a Labrador, right? It's also not my favorite thing to do. He loves going out and absolutely smashing those pedals, as is Alistair Brownlee right here. He's had a great run into this. I think he's been injury-free for the longest that he has been, for a very long time. And it's so great to see for a veteran who's given us, particularly me, not always great emotions, but he's given us triathlon emotions for what feels like a couple of decades now.
Yeah, for anybody who's a fan of our sport, you can't not want to see Alistair race at his best, because he's such an exciting racer. He's an animator of racing. You know he's going to be aggressive. And seeing him back healthy and fit is just exciting.
Is it just me, Jan, or is Sam Long's aero helmet sitting very high up and almost like it's not on his head probably because of how much ice is in it?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what's happening. You can see the ice cubes still falling out. He's obviously just put them in there, and it's a bit of a mixed bag. You don't know how many of them are going to melt, how many of them are going to fall down, and you really want this ice slush that then goes into your suit, because if you have it sitting on your head, you just end up getting an ice cream headache, which is also not that ideal or comfortable. See Marten Van Riel positioning himself ideally at the front, making a pass on Justus Nieschlag here. This man, so far, having a flawless effort, and once again, you can see he's wearing his socks already, so that's going to give him a couple of seconds in T2, and just a little bit of an advantage. He's in the driving seat as we speak.
So we can see Marten Van Riel doing exactly what he did last time out on the T100 World Tour at Lake Las Vegas. Let's have a look at how the T100 World Tour standings are as it stands.
Marten pushing hard enough. He's almost riding out of our screen. Motorbike struggling to keep up with him. He's obviously working really, really hard. He should be just behind Alistair by now. And again, for him, it's a very comfortable position in a sense, because he just needs the podium in order to be world champion. And in your mind, that creates a little bit of room for someone else to have a magic day, to come past. The pressure is off just a tiny little bit, and unless he has a disaster of a day, you know, his chances are very, very good for his first ever world title.
Well, as someone who has only ever won, or at worst come second in a middle distance race, that's just a huge amount of confidence that he's carrying. He's raced in all conditions at middle distance racing and been incredibly successful. So for him to think that the worst that could happen if he finishes third is that he still becomes world champion. I mean, that's an incredible position to be in going into today.
It is, and I think the other thing that's very valuable to mention here is that so far his career has been one of chocolate medals. He got fourth at the Olympics, he's come close, he's had world's amazing performances, but he's never had the reward of fine metal on a world stage, and that's going to, yeah, really, really be able to be a motivation.
You can see just how hard the men are working at the front of this race. Matthias Margier, Alistair Brownlee, Justus Nieschlag, Rico Bogan, Yuri Kulin, Marten Van Riel. Their heart rates are all in the mid to high 90s. And we're going to show you something quite amazing right now. The T100 World Tour as it stands right now. That's the best 3 results plus today here at the T100 World Tour Grand Final. Marten Van Riel, as it stands, would be your T100 World Champion. Matthias Margirier in second on 114 points. Alistair Brownlee in third on 101 points. So if everything was to stay as it stands right now, Kyle Smith would finish 5th on 97 points. Alistair Brownlee finish on the podium would be something quite special.
I think those standings are virtue of the fact that Alistair is right at the front of the race right now, so we've got a very long way to go. But if Alistair Brownlee was to win today, not only would that be great for sort of long-term fans of the sport to see someone who's achieved everything that Alistair has achieved in his career make his way back to the very, very top tier of racing, but it would also elevate him onto the podium overall, and that would be quite the jump, because right now I think he sits in about 11th place, so it shows that the big points we have on offer today can make big differences in the overall standings. This is Matthias Margirier, I think, so in fact it's him leading the race. Alistair Brownlee currently in second. Matthias Margirier keeping that pace on at the front and making it really hard for someone the likes of Magnus Ditlev, who was just out of touch with this lead group as he came out of the swim. But keeping that pace on early means it's going to be even harder for Magnus to make contact and make his way to the front.
Matthias is doing what he has tended to do for the large majority of his career, particularly the last 2 seasons, which is come to the front of the bike, make it really hard. We saw him do it at Miami. We saw him do it at the US Open last year. He did it last time out at Lake Las Vegas. It hasn't always led to the best runs from him, but it is a tactic he does seem to be embracing and running with. And flashback to Sam Long, he's still over 4 minutes down from that lead group, sitting in 20th position right now.
Riding the same speed then as the front of the race is, because he was just over 4 minutes down when he got on his bike, so he's holding firm. I think he'd like to think he's going to take a bit of time out of some of those guys in front, and we know, of course, once he gets onto the run that he thrives in these hot and humid conditions. Yesterday we also saw some of those women who came off the bike 5-6 minutes down make their way up to 4th and 5th positions with Flora Duffy, Kat Matthews, and I think that really shows that, again, it's just a testament to how hot it is. You've got to play your racing smart in these weather conditions, in this climate, and some of those girls played it really, really well, and at times in the race looked like they were too far back to feature, but ended up with brilliant top 5 results.
Well, that's the beauty, at least from a fan's perspective, of a heat race, right? What the athlete's suffering just means that there are going to be blow-ups and it is going to be shaken up, and that's kind of, well, adds to the drama and adds to something to be seen. What's really nice to see is Matthias Margirier finally coming back to being within his own. I feel like he hasn't been able to be quite at the best of his game. He's somebody who loves pushing the pace on the bike, and we've seen some incredible performances from him, but this year it feels like he's been a little bit up and down. That's quite a sight.
Rico Bogan and his team at Coup Cycles, definitely always on the cutting edge of innovation and aero design yards. Some people love the way it
behind
looks.
the fork, do you think at the bottom they could put another bottle there?
I think there's probably room for 6 or 7 more bottles on that bike if they really tried hard.
Fast is, however, what it seems to be. And if you go and get your phone out, get the camera out, at the bottom right of your screen is the QR code. If you want more live data, we have got it all up for you. But you may as well just stay with us, because we've got everything to the left of your screen that you'd want to ever see.
A little bit of a gap starting to form from behind Aaron Royal down to Dave McNamee in 11th. So that group that was 13 people strong as they came out of the water is now down to about 10. It's just about a 10-second gap forming there.
Well, what you got to remember, 20 meters apart, 10 people, that's 200 meters. 200 meters is, you know, 2 football field straights. It's a long way that somebody would actually have to make up. And if you're sitting in that position, if you came out the water together, you have to wait for that gap to be created. And then if somebody has an action in the front, by the time it gets to you, you know, that gap has already blown out. And it's very, very tricky to be sitting at the back end of this pack.
And as we saw, when they did enter the highway, they were all really bunched up, and we were talking about whether that was legal at that point in the race, and I think that was indicative of nobody really wanting to be 10th, 11th wheel going onto the highway. As you said, it's such a hard position to be in from there.
See some aggressive cornering here. We saw the carpet, which, being in Dubai, is only there to cover the marble flooring, which is one thing you probably don't want to ride over with your bike. Marten Van Riel now having made a good move, but he does need to pass Alistair here in order to not get in trouble with drafting, and he is. He's once again showing he is a very strong swim, bike, and runner.
It looks like he's having to work pretty hard to get round Alistair there, so that was a big effort that he's put in to make his way up to 2nd overall at this point.
And that gives Alistair a chance to soft pedal and look back and get a little bit of a breather, because he has to drop back as well out of that zone, so he's 20 meters apart to be correctly spaced. It looks like an aggressive pace once again from Matisse up at the front.
During that first section on the bike there, first 10 kilometers, it was actually Magnus Ditlev who was the fastest, and he's just made up a few seconds on those in front of him. He's still 1 minute and 12 down, and on screen now on that pylon you can see the heart rates of the athletes, the percentage of the max that they're working at the moment.
Well, I've just come out onto the course with Sam Laidlow just to get a feel for what's happening out here. Sam and I have obviously had eyes on all of the race so far. Sam, before we get into what's happening, the first thing I'm going to say is you need to paint that ice in the helmet when they put it on. Didn't you do that first? Everyone's now copying you.
Well, apparently, yeah. I just heard Jan say that, but yeah, recently in my last race I did that. And I mean, the conditions right now are scorching, so they're definitely going to need every ounce of ice they can get.
How much does that help, and how much as well? We saw Ali had something on his bottle of water to try and keep it cooler as well.
Yeah, so Alistair seems to have wrapped his aero bottle on the frame with some kind of foil or something that keeps the temperature down, and he even lost the bottle coming out of transition. And in most races you'd probably just leave it and go away and stay at the front of the race, but he decided to make sure he picks it up because, yeah, who knows what's going to happen. The conditions are insane.
Well, we can see our leaders now approaching where Sam and I are standing. Sam, Matisse here really pushing the pace.
Matisse is doing the classic Matisse. He is an animal on the bike. Yeah, so Matisse is here. We can see he's going to do a similar tactic to Miami, and Martin and Alistair want to be there. They're trying to follow. And yeah, I mean, the density of these guys is so close that it's going to be very, very hard with all the corners to break up. Here we've got Rico holding on the back, and Yuri. And Kyle, I think, is having a smart race here. Hopefully just letting the front of the race be aggressive and just staying in contact with the pack. That's going to be key if he wants to win this race.
And Magnus as well, the pace is being pushed. He's going to be able to attack though, isn't he? It's not a big enough deficit that the men have managed to put on to him at this stage.
Yeah, so this is the first time I think you see that Magnus has probably missed the front pack. And so I don't know in what kind of headspace he'll be. If I was Magnus, I would use this as an advantage and just pace my own race, because the front guys are going to be going so hard, trying to win the race, and it could cost them a massive blow-up. Magnus has the advantage here of just being able to pace each lap perfectly and actually time trial the race.
I think this is Magnus about to come through now. Sam, your opinion on how he's looking?
Yeah, I mean, Magnus he looks so smooth, he looks like butter on the bike, and he puts a lot of time and effort into aerodynamics. Come on, Magnus, let's go! Yeah, Magnus looks relaxed. I think a lot of the guys on the back of the pack, they look like almost overly stressed. just trying to hold on to that pace, which is probably just too hot. And Magnus is doing his own thing. And I mean, this year he's had some amazing runs. And yeah, I think definitely he's still in contention for the win.
And Yuri and Kyle, especially in the perfect position early on in the bike.
Yeah, Yuri is in the best possible position right now. Hopefully he can hold on. I think if he can get past these first 3 laps, then the pace will slow a little bit. Always people like Matisse will try and push the pace and not just physically break them, but mentally. You know, if the pace goes out hard, and some of the guys like Yuri they might think, oh, I've got bad legs, when they probably haven't. You know, they're just trying to almost fake it, and that's a technique I try and use a lot, and sometimes, yeah, it costs me to blow up also.
Well, let's hope he's found something in the last month. That is Yuri Kulin. He's tried to sort himself out mentally. Let's see what he can do. A long way still to go in this race. It's hot out here, Sam. Let's get back into VIP
Let's
and
go
cool
back
down.
in here, come on.
As we see a shot of Magnus Ditlev here, he's got 3 bottles he's carrying on. Funny enough, that is normally full distance racing kind of nutrition that he's taking. Again, making sure he is living up to his #1 ranking on the bike by keeping his power up. I'm more interested, honestly, in the last couple of laps that he's going to put down. I think that's where he's going to do some significant damage on the time to the front pack.
Magnus Ditlev still 1 minute and 14 seconds behind our leaders here, so not much has changed on that kind of long, fast time trial section that you would think would suit Magnus Ditlev. But like Sam Laidlow talked about, the thing that Magnus does better than probably anyone in the world is pace his effort. He's gotten so good at just being able to slowly get across to the front group, never go into the red zone like a lot of the men in this front group will have to do, which again you heard Sam Laidlow talk about. And it's a very clever point that he brings up, because you can't always tell that from watching the screen, but in this big 13-man front group, there is probably half of them that are having to go into the red zone just to hold on to the group, and then there's probably a few of them that are doing it relatively easy. I looked at Kyle Smith and I thought that he looked in complete control, and he's not pushing his way to the front of the bike like Marten Van Riel did. So I actually think Kyle Smith might be the one playing a long, patient, smart game here in this front group.
I wasn't able to see Kyle, but the interesting thing was always when you have a pack like this and so many chances to see each other, if that group doesn't break up very soon, there are going to be a lot of guys asking questions as to why you would want to push the pace. The more evident it becomes that it's going to be a foot race, you know, the less incentive there's going to be also for Matisse to be like, okay, well, why am I the only one destroying myself on the front here? Of course, they do have a 20-meter gap, you know, to the next rider, but there is still some kind of advantage there in terms of pacing and all these kinds of things. So this not breaking up could certainly play into the hands of someone like Magnus or Sam, of course, coming from way back, that the pacing is going to be down. But if we look at our timing splits at 70.1k, he has just lost 3/4 of a minute, and we're not even 1 lap in. This is crazy.
And on the section that you think would suit him, Jan, because the technical section hasn't actually happened yet at that checkpoint. That's the long, flat time trial section that Sam Long has lost almost a whole minute on. So that is not a good sign that maybe this long season from Sam that started in, he says his season started in December 2023, maybe is catching up to him here at Dubai. Matisse Magirier, notorious for this at this point in his career, though, going to the front of big races, whether it be big T100 races or 70.3 distance races, and being the one to take charge at the front of the bike. In San Francisco, where everyone was pushing career best power, Matisse at probably high 70, maybe low 80 kilograms, holding 385 watts for that bike ride off the front of the race. So we know just how strong Matisse is on the bike.
It's nice to see Matisse at the front of racing. You know, we saw him with that brilliant 3rd position in Miami at the start of the season, and that was a really standout performance from him, a real statement ahead of the rest of the T100 season, and he's just struggled a little bit through the year to replicate that in some of his results. We've had 6th place or 7th place results from him, 10th place as well in Ibiza, and I think he'll just be really hoping to improve on that and put himself as close to the podium again as he can.
You can see that the transition times from the swim to bike are on the left-hand side of your screen. Sam Long, clearly with a bit of purpose out of the water, the 6th fastest transition time, although he has lost quite a lot of time over this first 15 kilometres on the bike. Kyle Smith, he was your fastest man in transition. He's the one that's been training specifically for this race. A forced rest, but then a targeted training block. He's done a lot of 1%ers into this race. So clearly this man on your screen, Kyle Smith, with the Christian Blumenfeld Olympic gold medal inspired winning tri-suit, he's here for a purpose. He wants to win today. He's come 2nd twice on the T100 World Tour, but yet to win.
He does look very smooth. He's trying to keep his head down, just saving every ounce of energy on this part of the course that's a little bit less technical. As we see Magnus making his first pass, that looks like Ben Canute. He's picking up the first straddlers off the back, and that is what Magnus does. He just plays a patient game. He reads his numbers, and he will do a very concerted effort. It's of course tough for him, having come off a long season and a long distance race, but he said he learned from London, and having raced in Roth 2 weeks prior, he's just been sharpening up, doing a few sprints, short little efforts, and he was himself a little unsure of how it would work because he had to try something new, but confident in having changed what didn't work previously, and so far looks like he's doing what he does, picking off the guys from the front one by one.
Yeah, that time gap's come down by about another 7-8 seconds from Magnus Ditlev to the front of the race. So just slowly but surely chipping away, and we've touched on it a couple of times now, as both Sam Laidlow and yourself, Jan, have said. He's maybe just in a really good position here of being able to ride his power, not get too caught up in the dynamics at the front, doesn't have to worry too much about those red lights. As he sees, if he, he's not got too many athletes near him in terms of worrying about draft zones, he can just relax into his rhythm, and at the moment at 1 minute and 7 seconds down, I think that's a pretty strong position for him.
As we can see, a nice comparison here. It looks like Mathis Margier is a little bit more within himself at 88% max. Magnus Ditlev going into the orange at least at 91% of max heart rate, and that would be high for him at this stage of the season. He's just coming up to this lollipop out and back section, riding up where we see Mathis at the top of. But yet again, he does also have that great advantage that there's a few athletes coming back at him, and it's always easier collecting them rather than sitting on the front of the pack, wondering if anybody else is just saving energy. But if you look at the time gaps here and you look at the spacings behind Marten Van Riel there's a bit of a gap forming, so the pace is hot.
Not a good sign for Jason West or Ben Canute here. Magnus Ditlev just made the pass on Ben Canute. Ben Canute did come out of the water with that lead group and is now 1 minute and 11 seconds back in 14th. We saw that incredibly strong bike performance from Jason West at Lake Las Vegas. He was also out of the water with the front swim group, but now he is in 13th right now, over a minute back. That's early signs, not great for Jason West.
So our front pack right now is 9 athletes. Aaron Royal, the final athlete there, at 21 seconds behind the lead. Peter Hemrich has dangled at about 7-8 seconds behind them for a good few kilometers now, pretty much the whole of that first lap of this more technical loop. So he's still within range. Feels like it's not going to be too long before Magnus probably joins them at the front of the race too.
Incredible, given that Magnus has to do all of the work on his own, that he does have the fastest average bike speed so far. You could see that Marten Van Riel, Mathis Margier, Rico Bogan and Peter Hemrich, they all have had help. So Magnus Ditlev, he's won versus about 13 at the start. Maybe it's more like 10 now.
What help
and
did
he's still
Mathis
fastest.
get? what help did Matisse get? I haven't seen him get off the front yet, honestly. I mean,
that's a good point.
He's
very early on the bar.
I mean, we're talking decimal points here, but they're both incredible riders, and I've been on the receiving end of both of their power. Let me tell you, it's a painful place to be.
Talk to me about that, Jan. What was it like when Matisse versus Magnus went to the front of the bike at the US Open? Was one of them harder to hold on to than the other?
Well, you don't want to be sitting too far off Magnus on a straight. You know, Matisse is definitely the better bike handler as he comes around. Dave McNamee here, Dave sees him coming. He's going to leave the... Oh, Jesus, you'd think these guys get paid by the near misses. That was close. He saw him coming as well. I'm not sure what was going on there. That
would have been a horrible way to end your career if you're Dave McNamee. This is his final race.
His final race.
And that would not have been the way to go out there. But they have avoided that near miss, and Magnus has made the pass and taken the lead in front of him.
That was quite something. You see him turn around, so he's got him in his vision. Magnus comes for the inside line, and David just chops him off.
I wonder if he just didn't quite turn his head far enough to see him. Maybe he didn't quite catch sight of him.
I mean, it's his line, right?
Yeah,
he can take, like, you do whatever you want. It just seemed, well, it's just, probably also don't expect Magnus to come as fast as he sometimes does, because he just does.
Magnus Ditlev making his way through the field here today at the grand final in Dubai on the T100 World Tour. Let's hear from the man himself.
Personally, I mean, I'm racing always for winning and for winning the overall series, and I think it will be, of course I have a chance of winning the overall series on Sunday, but it will require, I would say, Marten to have a day below his normal average. It's difficult to like speculate how can I make sure that Marten has a day that is below his average. I can't really control what he's doing, so for me it will be about trying to execute the best possible race for myself, and then hope that it's enough that he also gets a tough day. And I mean, the placings we have seen from first, I think if I win and he comes fifth or something, then I'm the overall winner. And the difference between first and fifth we have seen in some races has been less than a minute, so it is really, really close, and that's why it is important just for me to focus on what I can do and execute the race I know I'm capable of, and then hopefully that will be enough.
I am enjoying this because in triathlon we have historically just kept our cameras at the front of the races for the past 20 years or so, but seeing Magnus work his way through this group is something we don't always get to see in the triathlon world, which is just fun. And talking to Jan off air about how hard it is to hold onto the wheel of Magnus Ditlev. Talk to us about that on air, Jan.
Well, Dave McNamee right now is probably in the hardest hot seat you can imagine in a T100 race. When Magnus Ditlev puts down the power, it is painful. You go and put your head down. I think Dave McNamee having his last race right here, he's probably got an extra bit of incentive, but it looks like Magnus has already snapped that rubber band. He's somebody who's always very aware of who he takes along, and he will do surges like no one else. At the time when I was racing, Matisse Margier was just coming up, and I was almost surprised to see that he's only a fraction off. I mean, he is a world-class rider, and that's why these guys going head-to-head is going to be interesting.
If there was just a cycling time trial over this distance, the 80k distance on this course, do you think that Magnus would have the fastest time?
Well, it seems like he's currently moving fastest out on course, but again, the technical thing you saw there, he was going into that right-hand turn just before the straight he's on now, and he went out of the aerodynamic position. That loses a little bit of speed every single time, and for me, that was my hope of getting back on the field. If you're more aggressive, you can see someone like Alistair Brownlee who's able to enjoy that position a little bit more, be a little bit more comfortable. You know, it's tricky. If you see just on the side of Magnus's calf, at the front, he's got a little bit of tape, which is an aerodynamic kind of advantage that I actually was debating with him about, and I did one race before him. He saved that trick, but he's also turning every single screw to try and be more aerodynamic as we see the pack here. Looks like the front, Alistair Brownlee has gone back around to be in second position. Fred Funk just on the end of this pack, looking like he's working.
We didn't quite get to see Kyle Smith, but it looks like he has lost about 10 seconds to this group and might be just hovering off the back of Fred Funk. I would like to see the camera pan back and get that gap to Kyle Smith, because he is the big favourite today, along with Marten Van Riel. You can see the two Germans, though, Fred Funk and Rico Bogen, holding on in 4th and 5th at the back of this group. Marten Van Riel sitting in probably the perfect position there in 3rd behind Alistair Brownlee, just ahead of Rico Bogen on screen. A huge test for Rico Bogen today. These conditions, historically, are probably his worst enemy, but as it stands right now, he is at the front of the bike.
Fred Funk coming around on. This is interesting because it looks like Rico is correctly spaced, so that means Fred Funk has to go around Marten Van Riel as well. And Marten Van Riel doesn't look too far off Alistair's wheel either.
He might have to go to the very front.
Exactly, that's exactly what I was about to say. He might be making a long, long pass to the front here if there isn't a space for him to legally slot in.
So what happens here is that you can see the lights at the just under the seats of the athletes. If we have a green-orange light, the athletes are safe. They are within 5 meters of the drafting zone. Otherwise, you have to be 20 meters away from that wheel of your first competitor. If the athletes are then correctly spaced, you need to keep going because there's no room to slot in and have 20 meters. And that's exactly what Fred Funk is doing here. He has to go all the way to the front because the athletes are correctly spaced. And in order to not get a penalty, he can't just overtake one athlete. He has to go all the way to the front, and this could be the first time that he actually goes, but it looks like he's found a gap. Alistair not happy with it. Soft pedal for a few meters, and on we go.
You can see the flashing red light of Magnus Margerier, so Fred Funk has had to make his way from 5th position all the way to the front of this bike. The ruling there is that if there is enough legal space between someone that you've just overtaken and the person in front of them, you can slot in. However, if there isn't, you'll see a red flashing light. That means that you've gone within 20 meters behind the person in front of you. So if you overtake someone and then you're 19 meters behind the next person, you actually have to overtake them. So if there's 20 meters gap between the front 5, that's 100 meters. So Fred Funk from 5th to 1st has to make the pass of 100 meters, not just the 20 meters that it would be if he was overtaking one person.
And conversely, we've just seen Rico Bogen overtake Alistair Brownlee, and he was actually able to slot in because the light was only amber on the back of Magnus Margerier's bike. Now, he has actually decided to go round. That's what we're seeing right now. Rico Bogen overtake Magnus Margerier into 2nd place, but he didn't actually have to do that because when he overtook Alistair, there was space for him to slot in legally.
But that's the beauty, right? We are at a final. This is a World Championship deciding race, and being excited, having the opportunity to lead the best in the world is something that can make you fly in these conditions, probably temporarily. We can see the first salt forming on Fred Funk's arms here already, but it's great to see a young bull taking the horns and just really going after it and saying, look here, I want to have a part, I want to feature in this race, and he is leading a World Championship final.
So we're going to get a look here. Fred Funk at the front of your bike. Rico Bogen's there, Magnus Margerier, Alistair Brownlee, and then Marten Van Riel. And you can very clearly see that there is a gap to Kyle Smith there in 6th place. That's at least 10 seconds, and that's what the timing split tells us as well. So Kyle Smith, this is a big moment in the race from him here. He must get back on to this front group.
I think, honestly, he's already made a bit of a move to close that gap. He looks like he's doing well, not grabbing any of the water to slow down. And I think he's probably got himself with an out of jail free card here. Just.
That gap's still 10 seconds though, Jan.
Be interesting to know what is going through Kyle Smith's head at this point. Is he thinking, you know, a lapse in concentration has allowed that gap to go out? Has he just been finding the pace a little bit too hot? Or on the flip side of all of that, has he gone, you know what, this is a long race. I saw what happened yesterday. Some of those women went too deep, too early, and they blew up. And the ones who paced it the best came through with storming results within the last 5 kilometers of the run, because they paced it, they worked the conditions better than anyone else. So just love to know what's going on in Carl's mind at this moment.
Well, I think it's fair to say that Carl, being a very, very strong athlete, probably hasn't had his very best days in the heat. So he is definitely going to play that smart, play it well. We see the salt lines on Fred Funk's suit already making damage this early on, or damage, well, they're visible anyways. And we can see the rankings on the leaderboard as it stands right now. I mean, what a wild race if this were to continue. But this is it. It's so close and everything to play for. I love this race.
Well, having a big group like this does mean that there's so much jeopardy and potential for things to change around in the leaderboard. If this were to happen and Fred Funk end up second, I mean, no one would have seen that coming. So there's so much excitement still to come in this race with such a big pack and so many athletes still within striking distance of a fantastic result.
Speaking of it, as we see the leaderboard on the left, Sam Long really holding exactly the time that he had after the first lap. 4 minutes and 45, that's a long way, but again, he's somebody who can make damage in the later stages of this race, probably last 2 laps. But we are seeing Carl Smith really struggling to hold on. You're right, Jack, this is a moment of difficulty for him.
You can see that Kyle is very clearly working hard to get onto the back of this group though, Jan, and it's just hovering there at that very precarious distance where he can see them and he's so close but not quite there yet. Let's hear from Kyle Smith right now.
I'm stoked to be here. I know when I'm itching to race, and I just want the race to kind of come around because I'm in good shape and I want to toe the line. It's always a good feeling. I had that at the start of the season after a big training block, and now I've got it again here. And it's been quite nice, to be honest. I think I've just been in full training mode, been super motivated, obviously for this race, and then 70.3 Worlds in my hometown. And so I've just been sort of full focus for this last block of the season. And I've kind of come here and there's a lot of tired athletes here, which is sort of, I guess, added to my eagerness to race. I've said it ad nauseum that I didn't feel like I deserved the contract. I wasn't good enough last year, and I do think it should be the 20 best athletes in the world. And when I was fortunate enough to get a wild card for Singapore, I knew that I was going to take that opportunity with both hands, and I did, and luckily sort of got my foot in the door. And then just every race was about proving that I belong here and I belong in this echelon of the sport. And now I'm fortunate enough to be sitting here with a title shot, which is an amazing feeling.
Well, he talked about his amazing feelings. I'm not sure how amazing he's feeling at this very point in time. It's tough out there. Like, we were just standing on the roof of the Maiden Center up here, and it is hot. It's not as windy as it was yesterday. And, that takes its toll from the very first minute. And it's something that, as an athlete, you just tend to have more ups and downs. I mean, right now, he's on the back wheel of the man that's been talked about the most. It is his race to lose, so he's happy to have got himself back into this position. He's in the perfect spot now, but you have those moments also of doubt regardless of how good your preparation's been, and that's what you got to do as a champion, to kind of quieten down the noise when it's going good or bad.
I think what struck me with that interview is just what a humble guy he is. He spoke about how he fully believed he didn't deserve a contract last year. He wasn't good enough, and so he grabbed the wild card he was given for Singapore this year, took it with both hands and finished 5th there. And since then he's gone from strength to strength when we've seen him race. And I just think what a great attitude to just take the opportunities given.
So Kyle Smith has managed to just bit by bit, metre by metre, second by second, as he jumps over that speed bump and loses his bottle. Not again, that happened yesterday too. Then nearly hits the cone. That speed bump it's a very, very sharp speed bump. They've done their best to ramp it, but you can't really ramp a speed bump that steep. So that's not a good sign for Kyle Smith, especially given that he was already hovering off the back of this bike.
And look at that yellow rubber band he's got. That's what the athletes put on the bottle cages in order to not lose a bottle. Then he looks to the side. Oh my gosh, near miss again. If athletes are getting paid by the near misses, then we should have an extra prize money pot for that. But the other thing that athletes do is they put sandpaper on the inside of their bottle cages in order to create more friction. All those things don't help. When you're going 50k an hour, you hit a speed bump. It's part of racing.
And you saw him try to bunny hop it as well. That was the thing, and the back wheel just caught that speed bump on the wrong spot. Yeah, lost that bottle. Not good, given that he is just hovering off the back of the group, and the conditions out there are brutal. So nutrition, we saw it yesterday with Taylor Knibb and Ashley Gentle. It became such a massive factor at the end of the race. These little mistakes, they can add up on the run.
Well, sorry, Jan. What we said yesterday with Taylor was, I don't know if you remember, on the bike, little things kept happening to Taylor as well. She lost a bottle as well. She then had a near miss of whether she was going to get a penalty or not. Things didn't all go Taylor's way yesterday either, and she triumphed too. So, you know, if Kyle can channel some inner Taylor, he's not finished yet.
Well, I mean, an important one for all the armchair coaches out there, me being the principal of them, is that when you go out and you practice this, right, and you ask the question, how come this never happens in training? The fact is that you're putting an extra 120 grams of carbohydrates in there, which makes your bottle significantly heavier, right? And when it's heavier, it's got more mass that just swings along, and it's so hard to secure those bottles. I mean, there are actual lock mechanisms coming into place with bottles being developed, but yeah, it's tricky to also be able to practice that.
Well, yeah, it's another innovation point that I'm sure we're going to see things change over the coming years. So now we're back with Magnus Ditlev, who is chomping his way through the field, currently at 51 seconds behind, caught up to the back of Aaron Royal, the athlete in front of him.
You can see he's locking eyes there with Fred Funk, who is at the front of this race though. So, yep, Magnus definitely took a look there. And you can see the distance there for Magnus. He will get a lot of, he'll get a little boost in spirits from that, because that's very close. And because there's these athletes there, he can bridge athlete to athlete to athlete to get himself quite easily to the front of this race, especially for him. And it's just, can one of Aaron Royal or Yuri Kulen or Peter Hemrich, Justus Nieschlag, can they hold onto his wheel and use that as a vehicle across to that front group, or will he just be too strong and no one can go with him?
So looking back at the series we've had all year, most aggressive psychological move, in my eyes, Yuri Kulen, Singapore, giving Fred Funk the death stare. Right now, roles are reversed. Oh my gosh, how good would this be? Just to have a little bit of adversity. I feel like these guys are just, you know, one of the few real horn locks that we've got in the sport. Let's keep eyes on that for sure.
It is one of the true, real rivalries that we have in the T100 World Tour. A lot of rivalries that get built up in this sport that maybe don't exist, but that is one that really does exist. And yeah, the roles reversed, Jan, today, like you just said.
Magnus Ditlev making the next pass now as he goes past Yuri Kulen. He's already gone round Aaron Royal, so with this pass he's going to end up in 9th place on the road. Peter Hemrich, the athlete in front of him again, and this is such a motivating sector for him. He's just gone round 2 athletes. He's got one more that he's going to catch pretty soon. He's just passed the lead of the race coming in the opposite direction. So all this is just really, really motivational and keeps that momentum with him as he makes his way to the front.
Magnus Ditlev being so innately aware of who he's passing every time. He knows he doesn't want to take Yuri, and the reason this is interesting is because Yuri knows this is probably his last ticket to the front. To get to the lead of the bike, he can only take Magnus's wheel. And that's exactly the wheel that I had in Milwaukee back at the US Open. I saw he was coming. I know he's going to the front. This situation is so make or break for Yuri Kulen right now. And we can see he's already out of the 25-meter zone because there's no light that flashes at the bottom of Magnus Ditlev's seat. He's just marching through this group as he does, crushing souls on his way to the front.
Pretty crazy that Yuri Kulen essentially won Singapore this year by attacking on the bike and proved he was the best cyclist in the field that day. But yeah, ever since then, the bike kind of does tend to be his weakness, and we're seeing here again today that I don't think he's going to get that wheel of Magnus Ditlev, and probably is going to lose a lot of time to this front group.
Well, I was just thinking that we're now approaching 40 kilometers to go, so we are halfway, nigh on halfway through this bike leg, and the gap is currently 50 seconds back to Yuri Kulin, 47 seconds there. Is that a distance that Yuri Kulin would be happy with? We know he's capable of putting out some brilliant run performances. We've seen him have fastest runs of the day. I think even in Ibiza he had the fastest run of the day. Would he be happy if that, for example, that gap he's got right now doubles and he comes off the bike at about a minute 40 down? Would that not still be pretty positive for Yuri?
Maybe. I mean, it's a long way, right? Especially against this field. It feels like, you know, everyone is here, and if there was a chance to get to the front, it may have been Ibiza, just in terms of the depth, not the, you know, the spear tip of the tip of the spear. But what I love about Rico Vogan and the shot we've got here, he just does not have a poker face. You get what he's giving, and that is his everything. He's out there. He always looks like he's suffering, and he's just giving it to us as straight as he can.
Definitely not seeming to have any fear for the heat conditions that we know have plagued him at times, and again, you've just got to love that confidence, maybe perhaps naivety of youth, but gives us great racing.
And that TO bike's found itself right in the middle of this front group here, so duck off to the right hand side. There we go.
Good job. It's hard to do on a technical course like this as well. You have to cut them a little bit of slack, where it's just, you know, trying to get the best pictures, trying to make sure the racing is fair. We've seen the first penalties being handed out. This time, Carl Smith, first bottle he gets. So he tries for another one, doesn't get that one. We've only got one aid station per lap on the bike. We've actually got 4 on the run. It's just difficult on this very fast course to find a place where they're actually going slow enough to be able to grab water. But so far it looks like some very fair racing.
Be very interesting to know how hard Kyle Smith is working here, because from the outside looking in, keep an eye on these technical officials, by the way, to see if they are giving a penalty here. We'll look for a yellow or blue card, or whether they're just keeping an eye on things. But yeah, it'd be interesting to know, because Kyle Smith, he looks like he's hovering just off the back, off the front.
You ask, we get. Heart rate stats, it looks like Carl is towards 90% up there.
Same as kind of everyone else in that group, isn't it? But yeah, you wonder if he's just saving himself for the run and purposely sitting at the back of this group, or if he's really hanging on and just surviving out there. That's the thing. You never know exactly what's going on in the head of the athletes.
Magnus Ditlev there making the pass on Justus Nieschlag, so the next athlete that he would be needing to catch is Kyle Smith. So if we do see Magnus Ditlev make another pass on an athlete, then we know he's made it to the front of the race. Now he's still 45 seconds down, so he's not really made any inroads in the last couple of kilometers on the front 6, but he is now in 7th place on the road, so he's made his way closer and closer to the very front.
The good thing from his perspective right now is that he no longer has to worry about surging. He just had a quick look back, he made sure the rubber band is snapped, and now he can settle into a pace. We know he's got the ability to push well in excess of 500 watts, being in the TT position. I think some of the age groupers out there will appreciate just how crazy those numbers are as he comes around this very fast section. And right now he's able to go and put out his very best time trial, sustainable kind of pace. And we know, you know, he's got another half a minute to make up just to be at the tail end of that group. And he backs himself on the run. We know he's somebody that has huge volumes in training, and he's backing himself to run with the best. So he's probably happy just to get up to the front and then try and save some energy.
I'm so intrigued to see what lies in store for Magnus as we do go deeper and deeper into this race. As an athlete who raced at the Ironman World Championships in Kona just a few weeks ago, and he looked in a really rough place midway through that race and had to go incredibly deeply to bring it back round to a podium performance, and it's just going to be so interesting to see how deep he can go today. we know that when you have to go incredibly deeply in a race, it takes a while to be able to bring that back round again. And what has he got left to give? Now on the bottom right hand of the screen, we've got the leaderboard as things stand. So were everyone to finish in the positions they're in currently, that's still a win for Marten Van Riel. Rico Bergen would move up into second, Carl Smith in third, and Ditlev would move down into fourth, Fred Funk in fifth. So much still to play out today, but it's really great to keep up to date with these what-if scenarios.
Magnus Ditlev has made his way into the top 5 on the T100 leaderboard as it stands right now. He sits in 7th place. And Rachel, she's with Team Ditlev right now.
Thanks, Jack. Yes, indeed. I've got Casper. We've seen Casper a lot of times on the tour this year with Magnus. Casper, it's a very different feeling, obviously, as a world title up for grabs today. Magnus doing Magnus things. At the moment, the next man he's looking to catch is Kyle Smith, and that's very important in this. You know, where he is at the moment, 40K gone. Is he in the right position?
I mean, probably always difficult to really tell if that's the right position, but I think so far he's executing the plan as we expected. We really looked into the Miami race where he obviously won. The circumstances here is pretty similar, so really trying to do it conservatively. So at the moment it's good, and as you mentioned, every position is valuable here, so yeah.
And talking about Miami, he seems to, when we look at it, he's having exactly the same tactic as what happened in Miami. In fact, me and Magnus caught the front group on the last lap, and he'll probably catch him on the last lap or just before, and he can think about that and know that he's still won the race, you know. And I think there's...
Do you cheer him?
Here he is.
Do you cheer him?
Come on, Magnus.
Yeah. Come on!
In Danish, come on.
I don't think he can hear me.
He did. He heard it. Sorry, Sam, but I didn't carry it on.
Yeah, I was just saying that I think maybe he might be a bit annoyed that he didn't come out with the front pack, but equally there was some big surges. How do you think that will impact the overall performance?
I think, as it's shown earlier on this season with the hot races here, that
Is it a puncture? Do you have to help in this position? What on earth, Sam? What goes through your head here?
This is complicated. He just has to stay calm. I've heard that it was so hot that the tyres were 47 degrees down in transition. The sun and the UV is so strong right now. It's not over. Hopefully, these guys. I mean, amazing mechanics here on the T100, and they've been working hard all week. And yeah.
Sam, in terms of momentum, though, this is tough for the momentum. He was just gaining, and now he's had to take a pause. You know, how does he kind of
deal with that? It looked like the seat post actually, and not really a puncture.
Yeah. So he seems very composed, though. Magnus seems quite... I mean, he doesn't look like he's overly stressing or shouting at them or anything, which is always a good sign.
Yeah.
And I mean, you can only control what you can control. You know, this has happened now, and I mean, Magnus is very professional, and he's shown that with his consistency this year. And I think also what people forget is that we talk about Magnus being this uber biker, but I would argue that this year his run has almost been just as strong as his riding.
Yeah, and that's actually one of the things we've also been talking quite much about, is that he needs to also believe in his run. I mean, people sometimes forget that he has been running 2:34 in marathons as well, and also been running really well at the T100 races. So yeah, I mean, obviously this is a bit of a shocker, but I mean, he bridged the gap once, so hopefully he can do it again.
And when you go into T2, what do you look at in terms of times that he needs to be to the guys in the front that he can actually manage to get back?
Obviously this has just changed the scenario a bit, so I think where before we were more looking at Marten, now it's really all eyes on, I would say, Sam, Kyle, and also Yuri, I think, is really close in the standings. But yeah, still we are not even halfway yet, so still a lot of time to go.
Unfortunately, this happened at probably the worst time, because he was just about to close the gap, and he could have relaxed a bit, and now he's going to have to surge again. But again, Magnus knows exactly what he's doing. He's going to race. He's going to time trial this race now, just as he has been doing so far. And I think if we're talking about pure fitness, Magnus is the best, one of the best in all three athletes. If this race was a time trial, he'd be amongst the favourites, and that's why he's in contention still to win the race.
He had a big race as well only 3 weeks ago. In terms of kind of where he is fitness-wise and recovery-wise, is he 100% coming into this?
It's always difficult to tell. I mean, you, Sam, you know how hard the two of you rode.
Yeah, he's done better than me already, eh?
Correct.
But yeah, honestly, I would say when we arrived here Wednesday evening, since then he's actually been pretty good. And I know when he starts to feel that I'm annoying and don't really want to talk to me, then it's because he's nervous.
And you can come in my room, mate, if that happens. I have a spare bed, it's fine.
That would be good now that his girlfriend is always here, also here. But no, I think when he's getting nervous and something like that is because something is on the line. And I mean, It was a World Championship race 3 weeks ago, but this is also a World Championship title that is on the line. So, I mean, you won't really be an athlete if that didn't get you excited. So, yeah.
And sorry, one last question. Was it your idea for him to carry bottles for everyone on the course? Is he planning to give them out to athletes, or?
No, I mean, it seems like we are the master of cooling at the moment, so we want to help the other guys along for this race. Yeah, let's see how it will unfold.
Well, one position back already, and I think we've got a new bromance which is just developing here as well. Casper, Sam, you sticking with me. Casper, get back out there and try and give him some motivation.
Thank you.
To get back in 11th at the moment. Casper, thank you guys. Back to you.
Right. And with that mechanical, we saw the seat post drop from Magnus Ditlev. He is now back to 2 minutes and 3 seconds behind the front of the race. He had got it down to 39 seconds at its smallest. So that's a really massive moment for Magnus Ditlev's race today, and the race as a whole, and the T100 World Tour standings as a whole.
And before the keyboard warriors at home, we're all like, oh my God, how can you turn every single screw and then forget to turn the screw that tightens your saddle? It happens, honestly, it does. We travel a lot, these bikes, they get built, they get rebuilt, and you have a torque kind of that you apply to each of the screws, but you know, it's human error and it genuinely can happen. It's obviously the worst time for it to happen, but that's again one of those things. It holds up in training, everything is great, you go over so many bumps, but in the end, also during a race, material bikes are tested to their very limits, not only the athletes' bodies.
Well, also, he's got those 3 bottles on the back there, so that's extra weight that he's carrying right above the seat post. And we saw him go over that one aggressive speed bump that we've got quite fast, and I would not be surprised if that was the moment that did, you know, that bolt failed on him and he did end up with that seat post dropping.
Back with our series leader. So far, I'd say pretty flawless from Marten Van Riel. He seems to be reading the pack really well, positioning himself, staying out of trouble. Good job.
On a day like today, it's got to be about intelligent racing as well as that hunger to win the race. And it could be really easy with someone like Martin, desperate to win his first world title, to just try and go out and lead from the front all day long and say, come catch me if you can. But that isn't the smartest way to play this racing. And in the position that he's in now, I'd still say he's a massive favourite to win on the day, let alone win the world title. But you've got to play your cards smartly. We saw what happened in the women's racing yesterday. These men were watching. They will have seen what happened in the women's racing yesterday, and they'll know that it's not about showing your cards too early.
And speaking of, let's hear from Martin himself.
I think there's multiple people actually that I think can do well, which obviously include Magnus and Yuri Kulen, who both won a race in probably similar meteorologic conditions, like high heat, high humidity. So they showed they can do it, and I think that's going to be the main thing that makes this day race different, is that heat and humidity. But then I think that Kyle Smith is going to be definitely one to watch, or maybe the one to watch for me, because he sat out Vegas and Ibiza because of a little illness, obviously, but that also means that we haven't been able to kind of look in his cards very much, like what he's been up to, like where he's at with his training, with his fitness. So I think that he could definitely be in a really, really great shape, flying a little bit under the radar now again, and just strike on Sunday. So I think he's the one that I've got my eye on as well.
Our series leader, Marten Van Riel, and I don't think it's a surprise package of 2024, because so many people were talking about him coming into this year as being someone that once he makes the step up to long course, we know he was supposed to race in 2023 at the PTO US Open head-to-head with Jan Frodeno, and Marten Van Riel was actually being talked about as the favourite going into that race, which Jan ended up winning, beating Jason West and Christian Blumenfeld. So the legend of Marten Van Riel stepping up to middle distance racing has been talked about for a long time, but in 2024 he has come onto the scene and actually backed it up with action and shown that at this distance he probably is the best. So he's only lost once so far in his career. That was a second place finish at Lake Las Vegas, and here today he finds himself at the perfect position 50 kilometres into the bike course at the T100 Grand Final in Dubai.
I think with every kilometre that we tick off on the bike, this man's confidence is growing, and Yelageen's, the man that broke him, isn't even here. So, you know, there is something to be said. I think we're expecting, if anyone can make his life difficult on that run, it's the man on screen right there, Carl Smith, as we get a shot of Alistair Brownlee taking the lead, and this is not on the first 500 meters of the run. He is out on the bike, putting the hurt on the field. It's a great sign, honestly. Couldn't be happier for the guy. He's somebody who's electrified the sport for so many years, and for him to come back and have a consistent year, it's very wholesome to see.
Can he do it today, Jan? We've talked about it forever. Can Alistair Brownlee finally win one of these things?
I'm not even going to jinx it. I'm just going to go right back to the shot of Peter Hamrick from the top. There is Justus Nieschlag and Peter Hamrick coming around the turn here. They are a little bit in no man's land, in between. Alistair putting the hammer down in the front here, going very aerodynamic. We see this kind of construction that we saw on Lucy Byram's bike as well. I think actually that's their hydration system. You see it's got a little lid on the top where they can pour fluids down in order to stay cooler, and that's connected to the tube coming out between his arms. That's a very clever little conception, you have to say.
Yeah, I think it's supposedly keeping everything a little bit cooler in there so that he's taking on some water that feels a bit more like normal water temperature rather than sort of tea temperature, which is what tends to happen out there. The water in your bottles just gets so warm that when you're taking it on, it doesn't have any cooling effort at all. It is like drinking a sort of tepid hot drink, which is no one's favourite.
He's always been one of the best technical cyclists in triathlon, Jan. His time in short course, that was something that he did better than anyone, and you can see that with him, as it stands out in front of this bike, if he ends the day there in first, that he'd actually come second place in the overall standings with the positions down on field right now.
And he's looking really smooth. We haven't seen him being able to hold on when the pace is hot, and especially in the actual heat. It's one of those things, that's when you know when Alistair is on. He's obviously won the Olympics in Rio. He's performed extremely well in the past when he's very fit. I know that he was caught a little bit off guard. He did tell me that, you know, he wasn't expecting it to be as hot. I don't think any of us really were. It is absolutely scorching when you're actually out there. You can't quite get that feeling. And compared to yesterday's race, it's just that little bit less windy. There is no shade on this bike course. It's definitely a good sign for Alistair. And that was German Rico Bogen asking how many laps to go. So doing a little bit of interpretation right there. He was just checking how many laps. He's lost count, but that shows you there is, yeah, it's a technical bike course, and there are the details you have to keep on top of.
The advantage of having a man in commentary who speaks six languages in Jan Frodeno. Anything he can't do, it's quite annoying. But
we feel a bit inferior over here, don't we, Jack?
It's actually really annoying. You spend a week with Jan, you're like, Jesus, what have I done with my life? But anyway, quickly recapping what's going on in this race right now. Alistair Brownlee, the two-time Olympic gold medalist, the greatest short course athlete that has ever lived. He's leading the race. Rico Bogen and Fred Funk in second and third. We have a very clear front group of six that has formed. Kyle Smith and Marten Van Riel are in it. Magnus Ditlev, he has had a little bit of a mechanical.
Here we go, as you called it.
There over that speed bump. That's happened to Kyle Smith and Marten Van Riel on that exact same speed bump. So our two big favourites coming into this race both have lost a nutritional bottle on that speed bump. And Magnus Ditlev, he's still 1 minute and 51 seconds back after he was just on the precipice of making the catch to the front group. So that's how things stand right now here at the grand final in Dubai, our final stop on the T100 World Tour in 2024.
Getting all the angles today, chasing the pack and everything in between. Marten Van Riel actually looks like he's having to work very hard as the cameras go and do a great job of getting the details within the group. There's a lot going on in these packs. So Carl Smith is still somewhere there. Seems like he's getting a bit of a gap. But again, great job by the cameras capturing all the dynamic of this pack. There we go. Just giving a shout out to the cameras. They have done an incredible job waving to us in the heat of Dubai as they capture all the emotion. Here we go. Rico Bogan currently sitting in second and pacing his effort. And I think slowly but surely getting his mind on how much energy he can save in order to perform as good as he can on this run. Obviously, we know the heat is his kryptonite. So
how much of a shock would it be to see a really top result from Rico Bogan today, knowing, of course, he's fit, of course, he's in shape, and he will have no doubt done all the preparations that we expect from these athletes to pay respect to these conditions and to be able to perform in these conditions, but we've just never seen him do it. He's not yet been able to put down a great run when it's been hot. How much of a shock would that be today, do we think, to see him deliver something special?
The biggest shock possible on today's race course, I think. I don't think there would be a more surprise winner than Rico Bogan of this front group, that is, not including everyone. I think Maxi Newman, with the season he has, is probably the one most shocking if he were able to pull it off, given that he hasn't ran in about 18 months due to a long injury and all of the struggles that he's been going with, and he's 7 minutes and 14 seconds down. We know behind the scenes he's had a bit of a rough week here in Dubai as well. But of this front group, I would say Rico Bogan is the one that deals with these brutal conditions in Dubai the worst come the run. And on a cold day, like a 14-15 degrees Celsius day, Rico Bogan truly is one of the better runners in middle distance triathlon, but does struggle as soon as the temperature rises into the 30s like this.
Thing to remember here is he is a young gun, right? He is 70.3 world champion, but obviously never in a caliber field like what we're seeing on every single T100 race. But you know, the other thing about being a young gun is you make leaps. You don't make 0.01 percentage gains in forms, and he knows he's gonna have to deal with the heat as the season progresses. The T100 is just going around. It is the racing that's setting the standard around the world, and you're going to need to deal with every kind of course and every kind of condition with the very best field at hand every single time. So he knows in his training that's the only way he's going to succeed. And if I were him, I would just lock myself into the laundry, turn the dryer on every time, and just do every treadmill and do every run session there, and just get used to it. In the end, it is just a matter of fitness.
Well, he's also at the moment ranked 10th in the series, and we all know that the top 10 will receive automatic contracts going into next season, so he's already got something to fight for today. If he can have even a solid day out there, that will keep his position in the top 10, and he'll be able to take on this epic series next year.
You can see the technical official just monitoring what's going on in this lead group of 6. Kyle Smith, he hasn't left the back of this lead group the entire ride, so hasn't even gone up one position to 5th. He's either struggling off the back or he's sitting back, waiting and prepared to put out the run of his life to try and win this race. We know that at London, when Sam Laidlow broke off the front of the race, Kyle Smith said that he made a poor tactical decision by sitting at the back of the group and not trying to go with it. Ultimately, Sam Laidlow just far too fast on the run at London, and Kyle Smith, in the best run form of his life on that day, he said, wasn't able to catch him and finish second to Sam Laidlow in probably the second best battle we've had this year on the T100 World Tour. So Has Kyle Smith learnt from that? Is he watching what's going on in front and just assessing and thinking, okay, this is perfect, no one's going off the front, Sam Laidlow's not here today to do that, I'm just going to sit in, conserve my energy and try and outrun these guys? Or is he actually struggling to hold on and having a bit of a tough day out there on the bike? It won't be answered until we get out into the run, but it's definitely one of the two.
He certainly doesn't look in trouble at this very stage, and I think he kind of realizes there's not much to be gained here going to the front. You know, the athletes seem very well spaced out, and if Fred Funk is on the front here still, since his charge early on, he's probably just happy sitting there. I mean, before the second transition, you'd probably want to make a tactical move up the field to go and try and minimize the gap to the very front. But right now, it looks like our man Fred Funk is setting a very good pace, and he looks comfortable to me.
Doesn't even really appear to be sweating too much. You can't see too much dripping off him, but you can see the salt stains on his suit. But when you look at his face under that helmet, you look at his forearms. We just had a really good close-up of his forearms on the suit. There's not too much coming off him, but yeah, that suit is obviously the thing that's wicking away everything, but he looks relaxed. We can see that on the bike there, these positions at the bottom of your screen, he's moved up 8 positions since the start of the bike. That's the most we've had of anybody. Rico Bogan has moved up 6. Now, Magnus Ditlev is the person who probably would have moved up more positions than that, but has now dropped back a few, courtesy of that mechanical that he suffered. But he's now taken that time gap down back under 2 minutes. Magnus Ditlev, he is now at 1:54 in 10th place. He's just 30 seconds behind Aaron Royal. That'll be the next person that he's hoping to catch, as we do get eyes on Magnus Ditlev now. Heartbreaking moments for him as he had to have that stop, but he maintained his calm. He seemed completely cool, calm and collected as that work happened on his bike. He lost about 1 minute and 20 seconds in that mechanical situation, but he's now back riding and slowly chipping away at the lead once again.
So we see Magnus Ditlev. As we just get the graphics on your left, it now looks like a second athlete, Ben Canute of the DNF, heartbreaking as well for Brad Weiss. He's had a tough season. So we've got 2 athletes having pulled out already. We don't know why at this very stage, but yeah, that's what this kind of heat and race can do. It's tough because the points here are so important leading into the next season. And I tell you what, these athletes would not be pulling off lightheartedly.
Really great overhead shots there. We see the Dubai district, such a new city really, when we think that the cities around the world that have been there for centuries now, whereas Dubai's only been in existence really since the beginning of the 70s, just a small fishing village which is now host to nearly 4 million people. Brilliant image as we come in front of the Meydan racecourse and they head back out for the final part of this course.
Speaking of the magic man, Fred Funk, he sits in 3rd position right now. He's had an up and down season. He got married last week, and we're joined by his now wife, Jana Funk.
Indeed we are. I do have the new Mrs. Funk next to me, and I just said, how's Fred getting on? And she said, well, I hope he's looking down at his ring and being motivated at the moment. It sees like he is in 3rd position. He's doing pretty well.
Yeah, he's doing pretty well. I'm pretty happy to see him back up at the front. After Las Vegas, he had a bit of a low. He didn't feel like himself really on the bike. So I'm really happy to see that right after our wedding, basically. So that was a bit of a risky situation to come here and see how he's performing after like 1 week.
And as athletes, we always get caught up with the data, how much volume we've done, how fit are we? I mean, and Fred loves this stuff, right? So I personally think this could be a great thing, you know. I don't think he's necessarily the most trained he's ever been, but he's probably racing really happy, you know, and this is the biggest superpower, and I really think that this could be his biggest gain today.
Yeah, I agree as well. That was what I was hoping for, that for a week he kind of didn't look at his powers or his numbers or his Strava too much. which was actually quite refreshing to forget it for 2 days. But now he's really back on track, and I'm just so happy to see how he's doing today.
And so if he gets a podium today, will you extend the honeymoon after this, or what's the plan?
Well, maybe we have to ask him, you know, he wins some more money, so we could buy 1 or 2 days.
They're off to Mauritius on Tuesday on the honeymoon as well. Very lucky. Sam, actually, I wanted to pick up on something you were just saying. Obviously, you triathletes so fixated on exactly what you have to do every day in terms of training. If you are having this week off, which isn't particularly planned, do you worry about that, or can you use it to your advantage that actually you are more well rested heading into this final?
Yeah, as I said, he might be slightly undertrained, or think he's undertrained. I mean, I came into London really thinking, like a few days before, I was telling my dad that I don't even feel like I should be here, that I wasn't fit enough for the race, simply because I just hadn't done the volume that I'd normally done. And what you do as an athlete is you take pressure off yourself when you're in that situation. And Freddie here, he's happy. The guy's just got married. He has a beautiful wife, and yeah, I mean, he's just racing happy. He's got nothing to lose, you know. So we saw him come to the front, and I think this is going to be his best race yet.
He's about to come up behind us as well, but I want to know, what did breakfast look like this morning? Is he a chilled out person in breakfast? What does he tell you? Does he like to talk about the race, or is it off the cards completely?
He doesn't really like to talk about the race, but I don't like to bring it up myself.
No one likes to bring it up, neither did Taylor and Bob yesterday. Taylor Nib, obviously our champion, as he comes up. Are you going to give him a cheer? Come on, we have to start cheering as he comes up.
Come on, Freddie!
Go, Fred!
Yeah, boy!
With the ultimate cheer squad down
Sorry.
here as well. Does he respond to that when he hears you?
Actually, he does. He tends to spot me on races, which is which is very nice. I think I'm pretty loud as well, as you could hear, so I'm not afraid to just let my voice out and cheer on him and say all the times he needs to hear.
Sam, how much as an athlete do you respond to having people out there on the course helping you, pushing you, especially your close family and friends?
Yeah, it really helps. Whenever I have people out, I always ask them to go to separate places, you know, not just all together. So yeah, hopefully Freddie will have a few fans all over the course here. It's quite a small loop, and yesterday there seemed to be some good crowds, so yeah, I'm sure he'll get a buzz from that.
Where are you off to now? Where has he asked you to be around the course?
He didn't ask me to be anywhere, but I will be everywhere.
Okay,
so you can come to the VIP with us and just have
I would just sit down and watch the race, have a champagne or two for us.
Well, he's doing well.
He's overtaking.
Doing an overtake now, heading into second. This is the perfect position for him. In terms of where he's placed when he gets on the run, in terms of his run fitness at the moment, where's he at?
This year he worked a lot on his run, and I think he has a great fitness as of now, as this is our last race as well, so I think it could work really, really well. I know that there are faster runners in the field and pretty close, for example, Marten Van Riel. But I think he just wants to focus on himself, do the best he can, and that's what I'm expecting.
So also important to know that Freddie, or the last few seasons anyway, has always built up through the season, and his best races have always come last. Yeah. And I think that's what he'll probably do today, hopefully.
I think so too.
Well, hopefully he gets a bonus and it extends your honeymoon. He's going for the lead right now, so this could be telling.
Great.
Okay, with only 17.4 kilometres to go, Mrs. Funk might be getting an upgrade to a suite in Mauritius on Tuesday. Right, guys, back to you.
Perfectly on cue as the magic man himself, Fred Funk, the newlywed, makes his way to the front of the race.
Just such a thing of constant focus as well. I mean, there's just no chance to switch off mentally. You know, every lap demands focus and that adaptability as well, which, you know, can amplify the exhaustion as the race unfolds, because it's not just the physical battle, the mental strain of navigating every turn as efficiently as possible really is something that can wear you down, and a test of who can adapt on the fly. And we see the master, Alistair Brownlee. No one takes breaks quite as late as he does and comes out and carries that speed. Everyone being very tightly spaced around that turn, but Alistair really is the last man to break at every turn and just take the risk. But he obviously is something he perfects. He's year-round somebody that rides outside He's not the biggest fan of riding and training indoors. He goes out in the toughest conditions. He's actually got a brand of outdoor clothes that is not for the faint-hearted. I mean, you really need to be out. And I guess, yeah, those Yorkshire winters toughening him up.
So it says that Alistair Brownlee is on top of the leaderboard. That's just because we haven't quite got to the next checkpoint yet, but Fred Funk has officially taken the lead of this race with 15.7 kilometres to go on the bike. Alistair Brownlee on your screen right now in second as we flash back to Magnus Ditlev, who stands in 10th position. Remember, he did get up to 39 seconds behind this front group. He then had a seat post issue where the mechanics needed to help him fix it. He's now 1 minute and 42 seconds. At its most, it was 2 minutes and 3 seconds. So he's gotten back pretty much 20 seconds, and you saw him just cross the front group there. And it's a long way further ahead of him than what it was when he crossed this only a few laps ago. And it was at this exact point right now where he passed them. So he has lost quite a lot of time, Magnus.
And did you see, just through that little unevenness, he actually made sure to take some weight off the saddle. So I'm not sure if that saddle is actually still slipping a little bit, but he made sure just to put his weight onto the pedals to make sure the saddle doesn't slip down. And the last thing you want is just something to unnerve you like that. You really want to settle into your rhythm and just find as good of a rhythm as you can. It seems like it's something he has to navigate across every single bump.
Well, this will be a nice moment for Magnus now. Those motorbikes in front of him are there because they're with that little group in front of him of Aaron Royal and a couple of other athletes. So he knows that relatively soon he's going to be coming up on those athletes. So he's got more people back in his sights again now. He was a little way off these guys and they would have seemed a bit distant to him for a while, but now he can see that little group of 2-3 athletes ahead of him, and he knows they're the next targets for him to keep making his way back up that leaderboard again.
Tough position mentally as well, right? I mean, you know you've dropped these guys, and now finally it's only 14k to go. He's a little bit running out of real estate to catch these guys at the very front. But if anyone can do it, you know, Magnus is so analytical, he's so calm, he's so cool. He will make the most of that situation, and you just realize as well, I've got the watts I do, and all I can do is ride to the best of my ability.
And if you're right there that he is still being a little bit tentative over some of those bumps, and that he maybe isn't completely trusting that his saddle, his seat post is staying in exactly the right position, do you think now if he were to slip again that maybe he would just continue to ride it even if his saddle goes down? I mean, he just surely doesn't have time to make another stop at this late stage in the race.
Yeah, probably, but it looks like the mechanics did a good job and, you know, fixed the issue, and yeah, you keep going. If you look at the hip angle, you look at everything it does, yeah, I wouldn't say it looks like it's slipped down again. So, fingers crossed, it holds another 2 laps, lap and a half.
Yeah, so it just seems that maybe that slight tentative nature he had was maybe just not trusting that it was exactly perfect, and that it was going to stay as it is rather than having something already happen.
Two of the big favourites for today's race, Marten Van Riel, your current series leader, 2-time champion. He sits just ahead of Kyle Smith. They've just sat on the back of this lead group pretty much the entire bike, since the very early stages, that is. And it looks to me like Marten Van Riel and Kyle Smith have resigned themselves to the fact that they're going to be involved in another run battle together, just like they were in San Francisco. Rico Bogan, the third man in that now iconic sprint finish. He's also in this lead group, so we could possibly be seeing a repeat of San Francisco where Marten Van Riel and Kyle Smith lock themselves in a bit of a run battle. It's just, are the conditions a bit too tough for Rico Bogan to join in, or could Fred Funk, Alistair Brownlee, Mathis Margirier find themselves in that third spot today here at the grand final in Dubai?
Well, it's also worth mentioning those gaps back to the athletes behind are not huge. We've seen in some races really, really big gaps blow out. Right now, that hasn't happened. So that next group back of Peter Hemmerich, Justus Nieschlag, Aaron Royal, it's only hovering around that 1 minute 30 mark. And both Peter Hemmerich and Justus Nieschlag have podiumed this year in this T100 series, with Nieschlag podiuming just last time Now we're seeing Kyle Smith try and take on a few more bottles. Just using that one to douse himself down a little bit, try and keep himself as cool as possible. But yeah, you know, those three athletes in that group behind, especially the two, Peter Hemmerich, Justus Nieschlag, they've got the potential to really run through this field, and we know that Peter Hemmerich likes these conditions. He was third in Singapore this year, so this could be setting up well for him.
Can't help but think that Kyle Smith looked really easy right then. It looked like he was just cooling himself off. He was kind of looking at his sleeve, he rolled it down. To me, signs that he is completely invested in just reserving as much energy as possible, fueling, hydrating, cooling, and he is ready for a run battle with Marten Van Riel today.
Yeah, I'd agree a lot more with that than saying that they've resigned to a run battle. I think these guys are getting absolutely hyped up because they know everything is on the line here. Marten Van Riel will be feeling really good right now, but it looks like we're getting shots of Magnus Ditlev coming around. He's caught Justus Nieschlag, and he's using this little technical section to go around and position himself well into the top 10 once again. And we're seeing Magnus Ditlev trying to fit bottle number 8, 9, and 10 onto his bike. I mean, it's incredible how much fluids he has taken on. I know some of it is aerodynamic. Oh, flick of the wrist just to get the bottle.
Yesterday all over again.
Backspin on that
Well,
one, I
he's
think.
put some spin onto the bottle now, and he only used that water to cool himself down. But yes, he's got a lot of water that he's carrying, which is fair enough. It's a flat course. The weight doesn't impact it too much. And yeah, he's obviously looking after himself better than anyone else.
Well, I think... Sorry, Jan,
Go ahead.
I think it's really interesting that some athletes are just simply better at taking on a large amount of fluid. And I do think it's a massive advantage if you can stomach it. A lot of athletes find it quite hard to take on huge quantities of water, nutrition in that water sometimes, of course, as well, and to hold all that extra weight in their stomach. And it was something that personally I worked really hard on in my career to be able to do, and I was only racing in short course racing, so it's a completely different ball game to what we've got going on here. But we're going to have to check the replay, I think, just to see whether that bottle was disposed of within the zone. So here we go, he's just throwing it.
That sign on the
coming up.
right-hand
Yeah,
side.
he's got to let go. Oh, really in line with that. I mean, we need a side-on angle to see whether the backspin was enough.
He won't get a penalty for that. If Taylor didn't yesterday, then I think they're fairly similar. And Magnus looked like he was right on the line when he threw it. And that yesterday they ended up judging it by where the bike was, not where the bottle ended up. So it looked like the bottle ended up outside the zone, but I would say Magnus's bike was kind of right on the line. So I think he'll be safe there.
And without a side-on angle, I think it'd be very harsh to penalise if we can't tell. If we can't see for sure if he was outside of the littering zone, I think we have to assume he'll be okay.
I know I should be impartial here, but if there is a penalty, I think I would protest on his behalf. Honestly, the intention is clearly there. And you got to remember, referees, they are good people. They live for the sport. They love the sport. No one wants to see a penalty if it's not necessary. And I don't think there was any advantage gained here.
You made a point, Vicky, there about fluid volume in your stomach and having to take on extra fluid in these conditions. But then these hot and humid conditions, they also have the effect of redirecting blood flow away from your stomach in a larger quantity than if the race is cool. And speaking to Ashley Gentle about this exact thing, she said she's never really had stomach issues in her career until yesterday, and she believes it was because of that balance of having to take in extra fluid, but the heat and humidity meant that there's no blood flow to the stomach, that it all just pools in her stomach. And we saw that Taylor had the same issues. Ash, the cameras didn't catch it, but Ashler's battling with stomach issues the whole run. So I think we will see a little bit of that today, where athletes have had to take in so much fluid and they're taking on such high carbohydrate numbers, these men, 120, 140, even up to 150 grams per hour, that because of how hot it is out in the run and that redirection of blood flow to the working muscles, there is huge potential for stomach issues on the run today, and that can be decisive in a race this competitive.
Well, Magnus was mentioning that he's pushing the envelope to try and get in 170 grams of carbohydrates an hour. I mean, if you're working out these kind of numbers, That is ridiculous. That is 7 normal gels in an hour, every hour. I mean, we're racing 3.5 hours. It's absolutely mind-boggling how much that is. Yeah, we'd need someone to work out as to how many bananas that is per hour. I have no idea, but it certainly makes you feel like a bit of a monkey. A repeat here of Marten Van Riel in the aero position. Last minute adjusts, bunny hop, clears the speed bump perfectly and right back into the aero position.
We know he is one of Wout van Aert's best friends, the Belgian boys, so clearly been working on his cyclocross skills there, Jan.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, Wout van Aert would be quite someone to practice your cycling skills with. I'm not sure many people can hold his wheel for long enough to get the technical aspect of riding, but yeah, small country, and you can see here is 5th bike split, or 5th ranked on the bike, and I think he's, yeah, probably easily within the top 5. The margin is very small. As we get eyes on the bike course, and much of what they've done, they've almost completed all of this. This is the transition over to the maiden race course that the athletes have already completed. We can see on the graphic here just how technical it is, and they have navigated this course so far flawlessly, other than a few bottles, hitting the lap 7 times before they go out onto the run course, which we're about to tackle 7 times as well, in order to get up for a finish of the T100 World title.
Final lap on the bike course now. No change at the front. Frederick Funk still leading us through. Alistair Brownlee behind him, Rico Bogan, Mathis Magirier, Marten Van Riel and Kyle Smith. That lead 6 that have been together the entire race. They lost a few other men from that lead pack early on about lap 2, I think we were, of the 7 on this technical circuit, and it has stayed exactly the same. I think we can say pretty much certainly that there would have been 7 men in this group had that mechanical not happened to Magnus Ditlev, and at some point quite soon we're going to get eyes on Magnus, I believe, as they will cross him coming in the opposite direction. Here we go, we're with Magnus now, and he's just crossing Frederick Funk on the other side. He is now clearly in 7th place, and will be doing everything he can to just minimize that gap as he heads into transition. He knows he's not going to be able to make contact with them. He's still a minute 30 behind, a minute 15 from the back of that group. But he's done about as good a job as he can hope for, facing the adversity that he has with that unfortunate mechanical.
Yeah, and we just have been informed that there is on average 17 grams of sugar per 1 large banana. That's 136 grams of banana, so that would be 10 bananas for 170 grams of carbohydrate.
An hour, every hour. There we go. As we see the rankings as they stand yet again, very few points. Look at that, 3rd and 4th tied on points. And you got to remember, there's a lot of difference also in prize money that's happening. Marten Van Riel so far unchallenged in his position of taking the series title, but we have seen things go pear-shaped on the run yesterday, and you know what? This is not over yet. There are certainly enough men in that front group to upset the overall standings. Right now, this is the time. Get your drinks ready, because I feel like once we're on that run course, you're not going to want to leave that screen.
Yeah, you're right, Jan. There is a huge amount of money on the line here today, and the differences at the top are big. You know, for the series win today, the athletes will be looking at $210,000 going down to $140,000 for second, and $90,000 for the 3rd place. So that's a big drop off and a huge extra motivation.
certainly a nice Maldives holiday. All up might be the upgrade all around.
Yeah, Fred Funk's upgrade relies on a nice result today, and he can get a very, very nice upgrade. I think Jeanne's new wife should be asking for more than simply an upgrade.
So with 5 kilometres to go on today's bike here at T100 Dubai, the last stop on the T100 World Tour in 2024, Magnus Ditlev, our winner of the inaugural T100 race this year in Miami, 1:33 down. He is making up ground to this front group, but the front group does look like they might be sitting up just a fraction. So a bit of a combination between Magnus time trialling to his power, which is probably higher than anyone else out on course, and the front group getting very ready for a run battle. Yuri Kulen, our Singapore champion, the closest conditions to what we have here today. He attacked on the bike and was the strongest cyclist and runner that day. Himself and Sam Long, they're both having really, really tricky days. Yuri Kulen down in 11th, almost 4 minutes behind, and Sam Long, he's 5 minutes and 30 seconds down in 14th. So the two men who handled the Singapore heat the best on the bike, really not having the days they had hoped for here today in Dubai, showing the dynamic nature of T100 racing and just how on top of your game you have to be if you want to be at the front of these races.
As we have eyes on Magnus here putting down the power, soon we'll have the last couple of roundabouts, the last 2 turnarounds, 180-degree turns for the front runners. And watch how early the front runners take their foot off the gas. And that normally, if you're sitting in that kind of situation, is actually a chance to catch up. If you've let that rubber band, the elastic, snap just a little bit too much, you can go in, as Alistair Brownlee would, you know, very hot, braking at the very last moment. Whereas all these guys seem to be fairly happy to roll into it. Magnus here coming around probably the slowest turn that we've got out on course. One more 180-degree turn before he will head up the bridge, down one of the bridges, and then up to transition 2. Magnus Ditlev here mentally in a spot where he's getting himself ready for transition 2. Normally when you have a front pack as big as we do, they start to go and playing tactical games and they slow down just a little bit. They're just not as aggressive, which is a great time for Magnus to make up a few more seconds. He's going to need every second to go and make up as much as he can.
2.8 kilometres to go here on today's bike at Dubai T100, the final stop on the T100 World Tour in 2024. The battle for the inaugural T100 World Championship is about to heat up. This front group led by the magic man Fred Funk, the 2-time Olympic champion Alistair Brownlee in second place. He has not managed to win one of these races yet. I don't know if there's anyone the crowd would rather see finally take the step onto the top of the podium. Could today be his day? Rico Bogan, the young German 70.3 world champion. He's in 3rd position in conditions that don't historically suit him. Mathis Margirier, the French hope in today's race, and Marten Van Riel and Kyle Smith, the 2 big favourites coming into today's race. Marten Van Riel, he holds all of the chips today. He holds his destiny in his own hands. If he wins, not only does he win today in Dubai, but he becomes the first ever T100 World Champion. 2.2 kilometres to go on the bike, and then we are in store for the most important run in the T100 World Tour so far in 2024.
And that's really what we're talking about, right? It is a historic moment and setting a new benchmark. It's not just another competition. And, you know, the 100-kilometer distance has been gaining recognition as the ultimate test of speed, endurance, strategy, and crowning the first ever world champion. What a way to put a mark on your career and the history of sport?
Yeah, you know, world title is a world title, and people are desperate to become the first as well, the inaugural. Everyone wants to be the first person to do something, but this tour is just so talked about at the moment. I know athletes who are planning their seasons around trying to qualify for this tour. You know, it's almost like a 2-year project. You have to spend 1 year trying to get yourself qualified or earn yourself a wild card, and then to give yourself a shot to then earn the contract for the following year. And we've seen some athletes do that fantastically. We've already mentioned what Carl Smith has done this year. He's done a brilliant job of putting himself in with a contract for next season. But there are athletes out there who this is the end goal, to get into this series, and that's what makes it so special.
Yeah, there is such a change dynamic, right? I mean, yeah, like you say, some people are going for a world title, others are trying to qualify, and there's miles between. As we see some tactical positioning here, Rico Bogan for sure trying to get himself up to the front of this pack. He is actually in a position where he needs to go around Fred Funk.
Well, Sam and myself have come down now to T2 because it's always really interesting to just see them come into here. They're obviously getting off their bike and just seeing how they look on the run before they rack their bikes here, Sam. So we're about to get eyes on the front of the pack. Obviously, Freddie Funk, we know he's been leading. Alistair Brownlee is up there. Could we see Alistair Brownlee get a good result when it matters in the final? Here they come, Sam.
That would be amazing. I mean, this is it. This is where the race is going to get really serious. We've got different tactics. Some guys have already got socks on, so Martin will probably get out really fast. But let's have a look. Let's have a look how they look off the run. Rico looks great, really light on his feet. Freddie, he has a more kind of shorter stance and more of a strength runner, but they all look good. I think they probably slowed on the last part of the ride, and they're just getting ready for the real deal. And here, talking about the real deal, here he comes. So Martin's obviously got socks on already. He's going to be out really fast. They've got different tactics. So Carl here has to put his socks on. He's got everything, all the white suit. The sun is really tapping down on these athletes now, and Martin is already off. Martin and Rico, classic. Rico always so fast to get out, and hopefully this time he can kind of hold it back. Freddie out in third, and Matisse and Carl together. So, and Alistair just hopefully pacing it a little bit better than he did in Miami. I think this could be an amazing day for Alistair. He's done everything right so far, and yeah, we're just now hopefully going to wait for Magnus. Magnus has a slightly different strategy here. He's got an actual cool box in his transition. So he may take a little bit more time to get sorted out, but as Jan said, Magnus is very calculated and he thinks everything through, so yeah.
We've had a sprint finish before in San Fran. The three that it was down to have gone out together. Could we see that again? And who is your money on to come out on top here in these different conditions, very different conditions to San Fran?
Yeah, it'll be really interesting. As I said, I mean, Kyle, Rico and Martin, they're so closely they're so close at running, and it's going to be insane. Could it come down to a sprint finish? I don't think so because of the conditions. So there's going to be partly genetic, kind of who can deal with the heat better. And but yeah, here we have Magnus coming in now. Obviously he had technical issues on the bike, so very difficult for him mentally now to remotivate himself. But I mean, I have no doubt that if there is someone that can do that, it will probably be Magnus.
So here Magnus comes, we'll just watch him and just see how he gets on, and then we will leave it to Magnus. So with a bit of work to do here, Sam.
Magnus looks very fresh coming off the bike. Obviously everyone's suffering, but Magnus has done his own race. He's had some misfortune here on the bike, and I think now he'll just pace his own run and slowly pick them off one by one. He's had great runs every race so far this year. And now for me, we have the dark horse of the race, Peter Hemrich. Peter Hemrich here, who's coming in just behind Magnus, and who has shown in Singapore 2 times that this guy can really run in the heat.
There we go. Let's see how they get on, Sam. Let's jump back out. Sam, let's get out and see how they get on the run. Peter has, of course, Magnus in his sights. Let's see how this run battle develops.
As we get eyes on Peter Hemrich, we've got Alistair Brownlee and Fred Funk working together. Carl Smith has been able to separate himself ever so lightly. Aaron Royal now in transition, putting on these super shoes. Once again, if you've never put on these super shoes, they are incredibly difficult to get on. And we saw that with a few of the athletes really struggling, namely Magnus. It felt like he took forever to put on those shoes, despite having adjustable laces. So everyone else has got rubber laces. He actually used a little device to tighten the shoelaces and still really struggled to get his shoes on. Mathis Margier going out. Magnus has been able to store his entire cool box of nutrition, and it looks like he's got a bucket of ice under his hat as well. Everything to cool down. And he's got 18K. Tell you what, this right now is what we're looking for. The battle that we've seen in San Francisco, Rico Bogan being very aggressive, leading this race early on. But he knew what was coming. I think he's been preparing. He knows it's his weakness. And let's hope he's not making a rookie mistake here and actually just within himself and able to pace.
Well, I mean, this is really interesting, isn't it? We've spoken at length already today about where Rico Bogan's strength and probably more importantly his weaknesses lie, and it has traditionally been in the hot conditions. But right now, he's showing absolutely no fear. He went straight to the front, around Marten Van Riel, and is pushing the pace on at the moment. Now we're seeing Carl Smith just slowly make his way up to the front as well. The exact trio that we saw run together for the entire 18 kilometers in San Francisco. Marten Van Riel just taking his time off the bike there. That is Alistair Brownlee's shoe. So he was right at the front off the bike and had to go back to get that shoe to avoid a littering penalty, or rather it would have been actually equipment outside of the box, wouldn't it?
2 from 2. If you remember transition 1, he dropped his bottles, he went back. So Alistair Brownlee
so he's
probably
sure.
lost. He didn't get a penalty this time.
That's it, he's making sure.
But yeah, he's probably still got an extra 20 seconds somewhere in there. But he's an experienced athlete, and right now he looks like he's moving well. Athletes looking for every bit of shade they can find, even if it's just from the fence, running as close to it as they can. Conditions out there are brutal.
So impressive from Rico Bogan here early. We know historically he's struggled in the heat. He's always aggressive out of transition 2. He always runs the first 2 kilometers.
obviously, you know, I think continue to make good progress throughout the race, but he's, as always, taking on plenty of ice, which is why we can expect him to do well in the later stages of this race, doing everything he can to cool down and being very, very smart and patient about his race. He's not rushing through things, which you would expect, you know, after having that mishap. He knows that a minute and a half is nothing if somebody breaks down due to the heat or has stomach issues or anything else.
I mean, we saw how much time Ashley Gentle lost over a really short distance yesterday when she had to slow to a walk and stop for a second. If that happens to any of the people in front, Magnus is going to be there to pounce.
And with Magnus making up one more position, if it was to finish as it stands right now, he has just overtaken Rico Bogan for third in their overall standing. So you can see how dynamic it is based on how many positions you are going to gain or lose on the run today here.
We've just had a pacing update that suggests that Alistair Brownlee is now running the same pace as those three athletes in front of him. So they were a bit quicker through transition, and in that first kilometre, a lot of that, of course, was due to Alistair going back to collect his shoe, his second transition mishap of the day, but he did, most importantly, avoid a penalty by going back to collect that shoe. And he's now just tracking these athletes. He's running exactly the same pace. As I say it, the figures come up on screen. They're all running around that 2:58 mark, 2:59 per kilometre. This is exceptionally fast running. That is 30 minutes per 10K. That is fast running.
That is absolutely nuts. And I know that Alistair's been very mindful, because when he's been called out and almost teased that he just goes out too hard every single time, and he has adjusted his pacing strategy. Who would have ever thought Alistair Brownlee would listen to anyone's advice? But here he is. Everyone with age seems to get that. Carl Smith choosing an interesting line there. We haven't seen anyone else take that. Just slightly up on the pavement, shortest way, trying to get down. This could be something that he just finds a bit more stability on those kind of shoes.
And with Alistair positioning himself just hanging off the back there, and we might, there we go, just see him round the corner behind them. He's in the perfect position if one of these men should falter, and they don't have to falter by very much. Again, we saw it yesterday, we saw it all day long. The positions changed so much late on in the 18-kilometre run that being just 15 seconds behind, 13 seconds behind as he is now, if one of these men falter, then we'll see him get onto the podium for the first time in the T100. He was close in Ibiza. If he hadn't had that penalty that he got on the bike in Ibiza, I think he probably would have hit the podium that day. Could today be the day that we see Alistair Brownlee back at the top of the racing?
You can see Leon Chevalier coming off Kona over 11 minutes down into T2. All of the boys who have done Kona, Rudy von Berg, Leon Chevalier, Magnus Ditlev, not having the perfect days. Magnus showing just how strong he is to be anywhere near the front of the race, because Ben Canute also DNFing and struggling early. So it's just so hard to back up from Kona and do well over this distance so close, especially given the brutal conditions.
And Vicky, I really want to pick up on that thought of yours as well in terms of the pacing. I mean, these guys are pacing 2:58. It's safe to say no one is holding that even halfway through this,
it would
right?
be
I mean,
bonkers.
It's outrageous in these conditions, especially it's technical, there's twists, there's turns. I mean, this is a super spectator-friendly course, but it's not exactly the course you're going to put a PB for 10K down.
I mean, look, right now, they're running uphill.
Exactly.
It's not flat and fast and the fastest to 18 kilometers that we should be seeing from the athletes. Yet they're running the sort of times that we see in short course racing. It's exceptionally fast, and they're really just swinging for each other at the moment, and they're leaving absolutely nothing out there, and we're only 4 kilometers into the run.
And that could very much favor Alistair Brownlee, who's just able to settle into his pace right here. You can see he's holding onto a gel, making sure he has enough in the tank for the second half of the run, and maybe this is just the day that he's doing everything right.
And it also probably favours some of those athletes who we've not really spoken about a huge amount, that are currently a little bit further back in the field. There's no doubt in my mind that these boys surely can't keep running at sub 3 minute per kilometre pace. At some point they're going to drop off. At some point I would suggest maybe at least one of them is going to crack. Those athletes coming from behind who are not in this head-to-head, maybe it's an advantage to them. They can run their pace and just pick off the people who do falter.
But it's true, think about it. I don't think the camera quite does justice to just how steep that hill is either, and that was what the women were talking about yesterday after the run, just how brutal that hill was. The camera kind of makes it look like it's not that long and not that steep, but it is very steep and goes for quite a long way, probably a couple of 100 metres. So it's a brutal part of this run course, and you can see Alistair Brownlee, he's 17 seconds down from these three lead men. Rico Bogan, who has never raced this well in the heat in his life, this is without the doubt the best he's ever handled these conditions. So clearly the work he's been doing in training, the brutal heat prep that he's been doing, that his team's told us he's been doing, is paying dividends. And Marten Van Riel and Kyle Smith just holding on right now.
Kyle Smith to me looks like he's not really enjoying this pace anymore. I feel like his head has started to go back a little bit. Doesn't look quite as relaxed as he did, but if you look at all three men, they're beginning to show the pain on their face. This pace is hot. Who is going to be the first to crack?
I would have to eat my words in the biggest way possible.
I think
if
we all
Rico
would.
Bogan, I think everyone said it about Rico Bogan. This is insane what he's doing here today. He's never done this before. In fact, he's done the complete opposite of this every time he's raced in conditions like this and faltered straight away on the run. But he is the one putting the hurt on Marten Van Riel and Kyle Smith, who are the two big favourites coming into today's race.
Well, there always has to be a first time, right? There has to be a first time that you crack something that you haven't been able to do before. And honestly, if that was today, if he cracks his demons in the heat on the biggest day of the season, that would be astonishing.
And if I look at his face, you know, we spoke about it earlier, he doesn't have a poker face. And those eyes right now, they spell hope to me. They really do. I mean, it is so amazing the year that he's had with all the ups and downs, but really he struggled to make his mark and probably get the respect for the performance that he delivered at the end of last year. But he's making sure he wants a contract for next year, and I think more than that, he wants to be on that podium.
He's also made a big attempt to get a little bit leaner so that he can handle the heat better and get involved in run battles like this, the run having been his weakness historically. So Rico Bogan, you can see he does look more and more like a runner with every day that passes. Peter Hemrich, he's someone who's done well running in the heat in the past. We've seen it at Singapore. He's in 9th right now, and Sam Laidlow and Rachel join him.
Thanks, Jack. Yeah, I've got his brother Gert alongside me. We just saw Peter go past a few minutes ago. When we had eyes on him, it looked like he was running at the same pace as the leaders. It looks to have dropped off a bit because that gap is growing. What are your thoughts on what we've seen so far from your brother?
So, a very decent race until now. The running is his strength, so yeah, the plan was to step it up in the second part of the run. I'm hoping he's keeping the plan. And I think he can still do a good result here today.
And I wouldn't just say that running is his strength, but running in the heat, particularly the guy has had 2 podiums in Singapore, and we all know how brutal that race is.
Yeah, correct.
I think the first 3 guys here, clearly they're pushing the pace to win, but that's also a very risky, you know, and there's guys that will maybe blow up like we saw yesterday in the women's field. And yeah, I think this mentally he knows that, and hopefully he can keep that in mind.
Yeah, he should be aware of that. Like you mentioned, running in heat is his strength. He showed it in Singapore twice. It's quite similar when I feel the temperature here and the humidity. So let's hope for a good second part of the run.
Is this the shortest gap he's ever had to the front in a T100? I know, Singapore last year,
yeah,
maybe. Yeah,
except for Singapore, because he led the race last year even a while. So yeah, should be.
When you watch Peter running, as we're doing on screen now, can you read anything into the facial expressions that he's showing, his form?
Yeah, it's more his reactions when I'm at the sideline.
Okay.
If he's doing well, he doesn't ask a lot.
It won't be long. Maybe we can test something when
yeah.
he goes across here. We can test his reaction.
Gert, why does he have this strength of running in these conditions? Is it something he trains for?
I think it's a natural habit. I don't know, it just comes automatically, he says, because he doesn't anything special for it. Yeah, he knows from himself he sweats a lot, so perhaps that can be an advantage in these conditions, that your body can cool yourself quite well.
I also learned a stat about you earlier on in the week. You've got 10 siblings in the family.
Yeah, that's correct.
Wow, did you know that?
I did not know that.
Are you, a lot of you sporty, or is it just Peter? Are you sporty?
When we were young, it was 100%. Now it's 50-50. I belong with the 50 sportive side. But yeah, it's a quite sportive family, and I think most of us really like and enjoy it. Most of us come also from a running background, so that also explains his strength. Yeah.
And how has Peter recovered from the trip to Kona?
Has been a challenge. The first week back, he mentioned he really had bad statistics from all the devices that you can check. But the last few days he came around, and I really think it shows now. It's always a bit of a gamble, these long travels. It reduces the chance of having a good race, but it's not impossible. So he's doing well.
Yeah, I think he looks great.
In terms of managing this pace, if he is running still sub 3 for a K, is it something that he'll be able to maintain as this run course progresses?
I mean, the pace he's going through that tunnel definitely looks much better. He looks in control. He's about to pass now, actually. Here he is, just behind us.
Come on, Gert.
It's still a while. But yeah,
he can hit you from here. Come on, we're looking for the emotions when you shout at him. We want to see how he's looking, Gert.
Let's go, Peter!
Let's go, Peter!
No reaction yet. Gert, is he giving you anything?
Yeah, but that's a good sign.
Is that a good sign? He's focused?
Yeah, focus is good. If he's in his zone, then it usually ends up well.
And also he can see the guys in front of him slowing. He may be able to pick off Matisse and Fred, and just that mentally it's going to be easier.
The positive vibe, you should not look back, because that can only... the A goal for this race was securing his top 10 ranking spot, and for that you sometimes have to look back as well. So he's not doing that right now. Maybe the last gate it will be on his mind, but it seems good at this stage.
Okay, well, let's see how far he can get on this run. Thank you very much, Gert.
Thanks, Gert.
Pleasure.
Speaking of running in the heat, Gert from Team Hemrick had a very good run in the music run in Dubai last night. Not quite as good as our man Jan Frodeno, who did win that though.
I couldn't let it go. I just couldn't let it go. This guy, he came and he just tried. Anyways, you look at these guys, I find it fascinating. We just had a style analysis of Peter Hemrick the whole time, and the only thing I could think of is he's running as though he is auditioning for the next RoboCop movie. It was just mechanical, precise, perfect. It was really, really impressive. He was great to see just how efficient he's trying to be, and that's probably, I think, more the secret as to why he's running so well.
Very interesting how Kyle Smith is choosing to jump up onto the footpath and run on the footpath rather than run down on the tarmac.
That's the second lap in a row he's done that, so it obviously wasn't that he was sort of crushed and forced onto it in the first time round. That's a conscious choice he's making there to run on that, and I'd be very interested to know what his rationale is there.
Marten just looks good, doesn't he? He looks like he's in control right now. He doesn't look like he's overly exerting himself. He's been here for a while preparing and getting used to these conditions, so he knows to pace himself, and he won't be caught quite as much in a surprise as I know Alistair was. We had breakfast the other day, and we were both just in awe of how hot it is out here.
Alistair there just using that aid station to put some ice down his front, cool himself with that bottle of water, dispose of them safely within the littering zone. But you're right with Marten Van Riel, he looked very comfortable there, and he's got the luxury of knowing the buffer he has ahead of these other athletes now for this first ever T100 World title. He knows that even if he were to finish third within that group, he can't be beaten. He needs a lot of other results to go against him and to have a bad result himself before he doesn't become the world champion today. So it's a really nice position for him to be in. He's got that confidence knowing that just running with these guys means that he's going to become the world champion at the end. Now, that's not to say that he doesn't want to win the race. I do believe he fully wants to win that world title by winning on the day, but he's in a much more relaxed position than many of the other athletes in this race.
The three men out in front, Marten Van Riel, Kyle Smith and Rico Bogan, have cleared out. Alistair Brownlee now nowhere near the DRS zone. They really have cleared out. He's 45 seconds behind the leaders. The only man on course running anywhere near as fast as these three is Jason West, but he's in 14th, 6 minutes and 40 seconds down. So the battle for not only the win here today, but the T100 World Championship is at the front of the race with Marten Van Riel, Kyle Smith and Rico Bogan. As it stands right now, Marten Van Riel would be our inaugural T100 World Champion. But there's more than that on the line today. The title of the first ever T100 Grand Final is on the line, and it's right here between Marten Van Riel, Kyle Smith and Rico Bogan.
And we've just had a projection of a 57-minute run pace. So across all the technical bits and the climbs, they're averaging 3:11. It is way quicker than expected.
Off the top of my head, only Jason West has probably ran 57 minutes before in the T100 World Tour or any PTO race. That might be wrong. Maybe Gustav did back in the day, but I don't know. That's either way, 57 minutes. Yeah, that's as fast as it gets on a course like this that's not even that fast and is brutally hot.
Yeah, absolutely insane. I think Yuri was maybe 56 minutes in Ibiza, but I think that course may have been a touch short, so maybe we don't take that one as the ultimate level. But whichever way we look at it, these men are duking it out at their absolute top speed. There is no holding back for the heat. They are in it for the race here.
And remember that every position counts today in your overall standings and where you finish on the overall standings in the T100 World Tour in 2024. And Vicky, there is a lot of money on the line depending on where you finish in these standings.
Well, absolutely. Look at those standings right now. You see Rico Bogan, if he were to finish third today, finishes fourth overall. Whereas if he overtakes one of those two athletes, if he was to finish second, he would actually go into third overall. Now that's a huge price change from what we've got in the prize money. So on the prize pool, if he was to finish third overall, which we know is a possibility, he would come away with $90,000. There we go, we can see it on screen.
And if you have a look here at the series prize money, this is for the position that you finish in the overall standings on the 2024 T100 World Tour. First place, $210,000. We saw that go to Taylor Knibb yesterday, and she put it all on the line to claim that prize. Second place, $140,000. Third place, $90,000. This is big money for triathlon. $210,000 is the most you win for any series this year in the Triathlon World Series. And we go back to the front of the race, and Kyle Smith is dropping. Marten Van Riel is making a very, very clear move here at the front of the race. Rico Bogan, the young German 70.3 world champion, fighting to hang on. And Kyle Smith, one of the big pre-race favourites, he's dropping. Can Marten Van Riel finish this decisive move and end Kyle Smith's chance of winning here today at the Grand Final in Dubai? This is a massive moment in today's race.
We're not even halfway through, 9.8 kilometers still to run. And that is a big decisive move. As we said, they've not been hanging around. Their pace up until this point has been high, and it seems like Martin's just put his foot down again. And exactly as we were just talking about for Rico Bogan, this is important. Him finishing second on the day rather than third on the day makes a difference as to whether he gets onto the overall podium or not, and that is a difference of $15,000. This is game-changing money that these athletes are able to win here.
You can see that Marten Van Riel's heart rate is at 99%. Oh, actually, I think that was a technical error. It's gone back down to 89%. I was going to say, clearly he was working very hard, but 99% would have been a bit extreme. Marten Van Riel, a massive move here at the front of the race, but Rico Bogan has held on. We saw this same thing happen at San Francisco, except it was Rico Bogan that made the move, and it was Marten Van Riel in Kyle Smith's position. He did manage to get back on that day and win this race, though. So a huge moment as Rico Bogan asserts himself back at the front of this race. What a power move here from the young German.
And he needs this. He really needs this. With Rico, he is the one who needs the distance. But let's hear from Team Van Riel, who are standing by with Rachel.
Thanks, Jan. Yeah, I've got Hendrik here, the younger brother of Marten Van Riel. As we see it now go down to just two of them. They've managed to drop Kyle. Your thoughts at the moment? Is your heart rate increasing that he could be on for the world title?
A little bit, but maybe that's because I'm on TV. But yeah, it is racing. The race looks great. I mean, the overall competition, that's probably the most important thing here. and that looks perfect. The race itself, Rico looks fantastic, but yeah, maybe another sprint finish, so yeah, we'll see.
So you've been to see a lot of Martin's races. He hasn't been racing on this circuit for a long time. You said that this was your first time coming to encourage him on a T100. How's that been?
Yeah, I mean, it's great experience. Everything is taken care for the supporters and the racers.
I took care of it.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, no. So yeah, it's a great experience in lovely weather for us. Maybe not for the racers itself, but Marten looks to be doing great in it. So
yeah, I mean, Marten came fourth at the Olympics in Tokyo, and the conditions were very humid and hot there. So that must give him confidence now. He knows also that Rico, his strength historically isn't the heat, and Rico has also had some big blow-ups. So now Rico is pushing at the front. We're seeing this, and I think deep down Marten will know that many things could happen, and we saw that yesterday with the women's race.
Yeah, maybe his thought is just to hang on now and go for another sprint, because I think in San Francisco Rico made a mistake there or didn't look the strongest. He was third there, so yeah, maybe that's in his mind. The San Francisco and the heat, yeah, it looks good for him, but I think until now, in his mind, it was probably all about the winning the overall competition, exactly, and now maybe he's thinking about the race.
Yeah, of course, but I still think that's in the back of his mind. Like, it's Martin's race to lose. He knows that Magnus hasn't caught him up. So right now, Marten really wants to win the series. And if he gets in a position to win the race, then great. But I think this is a big advantage. He's not racing with the same stress as Rico. Rico hasn't had a super consistent year. So Rico is risking a lot more. And I think this could be an advantage for...
Yeah. Rico is going all out. That's you see that in the race. He's trying, he's going... Marten is taking, he's not going easy. We saw his heart rate just now, so...
his heart rate was at 99%.
Yeah, something like that. Glitch, not sure.
And when I was racing Marten in Ibiza, when he attacked, it went up to 99%. And I wish someone had told me this, because it looked so easy for Marten, you know, and actually I knew he was pushing.
Yeah, someone should tell Rico, but I'm not going to do it, so...
Yeah, maybe we should go out on course and tell him that he's fine. He's at 90%.
Yeah. I'll do that. My German is all right, so I'll do that.
Hendrik, we heard obviously from Taylor Knibb and her dad Bob yesterday about how they approached the race coming into this. They didn't want to talk about it at all. They were very superstitious. I suspect Martin's a little bit different. I suspect he's been talking about the potential of becoming a world champion quite a lot with the family.
Yeah. We went out to eat 2 nights ago. He was perfectly comfortable talking about the race. Yeah, no problem about it. No nerves. It looked good, and yeah, it looked normal, so that's always good.
Yeah, I mean, I was in this household with Aaron and Marten, and yeah, I think there was a great energy. As you said, it didn't at all feel like Marten was about to put a world title, you know, like on the line, effectively. Not on the line isn't the word, but that he could potentially win his first world title, and it's such a big deal, you know. It's maybe 20 years of work that's going to go into these last few minutes right now, and yeah, it's amazing to know that he's almost definitely got it. I mean, let's touch some wood, but it will be great to see, and I'm looking forward to giving him a big hug after you have done.
Well, we'll see. You can go first.
Cheers.
Well, Hendrik, we'll let you get back out to find Marten on the course, because at the moment it looks pretty comfortable. He's in there with Rico, hopefully on the way for this world title. Good luck for the rest of this one.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
I absolutely love what Sam said there, because that is so accurate. You work 20 years to have a shot at this very moment that Marten Van Riel has here. His first ever world title. Wouldn't it be such a fairy tale story? He's come fourth that many times, chocolate medal as we like to call it. It's tough, because you know you belong to the world's best, but there is just nothing like that feeling of a world title.
Yeah, and with Marten, he held on from stepping up fully to long distance or middle distance racing for one more shot at Olympic glory. You know, with that 4th place in Tokyo, he was on the ascendancy. I think he finished 2nd in the world in short course racing that year, so he wanted to give it one more shot, and he was devastated with his performance in Paris this summer. He finished 22nd, and by his own high standards, that wasn't where he wanted to finish. He's given everything now to this T100 series, and it's looking like he's going to be our first ever world champion.
And speaking of Marten's 20 years of hard work to get to this position to finally become a world champion, he's just about to turn 32, I believe. Rico Bogan, on the other hand, only 24 years of age, so it really is a battle of experience versus youth here today at the front of the T100 World Tour Grand Final in Dubai.
I mean, how good is it that we are less than 8 kilometers from the finish, And we've got a real race on our hands here. I mean, it's looking more and more likely that Marten Van Riel is going to take the world title. We don't want to write that off as being done and dusted. We saw things happen in that women's race yesterday that mean that there could still be changes at the front. But it is looking more and more likely that that's going to happen. But the race that's on our hands right now, the race for the win at the Dubai T100, is still very much alive. And who would have thought it was going to be Rico Bogen? I am so impressed with the way this young man is racing today. He's shown no fear of these conditions that have bested him so many times. He is taking the race to Marten Van Riel.
It is laughable how wrong I was about Rico Bogen today, and we all were, all three of us were, to be fair, but laughably wrong. And Rico Bogen is showing us all, even his competitors think it. You heard Sam Laidlow talk about the fact that he's historically not great in the heat, and every male on this start line talks about Rico not being the same Rico Bogen in the heat. What an evolution in his career he's showing today. Incredible that he was able to hold on to that move from Marten Van Riel that's distanced Kyle Smith by 25 seconds and then go back and start pushing pace at the front. This is such an incredible performance from Rico Bogen today. Whether he wins or comes second, how can you not be impressed?
Another young German on the screen here, Justus Nieschlag, somebody who's struggled for many, many years, and it's really nice to see him have a good race. He's having a solid performance here. We'll see what the next 7.5 Ks bring for him. But, you know, he's had a tough run. His rankings right here probably don't reflect his capabilities, but he hasn't been able to get enough consistency for the rankings to reflect that, just because he's struggled with injury time and time again. Good to see him go well.
Yeah, he's only raced once on our series so far, with that 3rd place last time out in late Las Vegas, and he only got his invite on Tuesday this week. He was not planning to race. He didn't think he was going to get a start. The fact that he has now got a start, he took that opportunity at the last minute. I think it's looking like he's possibly going to catch Frederick Funk there. That would put him up into 6th place, so that would be a solid day, I think, for Justus off such short prep.
Kyle Smith here running in 3rd position at the T100 Dubai Grand Final, the first ever Grand Final we've had in T100 history. He has been dropped by Rico Bogen and Marten Van Riel, and he's 30 seconds behind the lead now. So it is now a game of survival for pre-race favourite Kyle Smith.
Well, as you said right there, he's got to hold on to that 3rd place, because behind him, Brownlee is only 40 seconds back.
And speaking of Rico Bogen and this impressive performance he's putting on here today on the biggest stage of them all, the T100 World Tour Grand Final, we're joined by his team to talk all about it.
Indeed we are. We have his coach, Alec Bock here. Alec, you are very nervous. We were talking about this isn't the usual Rico Bogen we see in these conditions. What's changed? What have you done?
Well, obviously, we had to focus on heat training, and that's actually what happened the last few weeks in Mallorca. But I think it's also a mental thing. Can you break through this? And we're going to see this live right now, I think.
Yeah, and talking about mental thing, maybe he's like all year we've heard people say Rico can't deal with heat, you know, and I know if that happened to me, I would use that as fuel to the fire, you know, and I think here he'll be racing really angry, because if he wins this, it will be a very big middle finger to all the people who said this, right?
You read him really well. And so everybody's saying he's so young and he's got time, but to him, he wants to race and he wants to win this now. And I think, Sam, you're spot on. It made him angry. It's sort of like, well, the temperature's coming down a little bit. That might help him also a bit. So this is going to be a breakthrough. And if that doesn't happen, then this is still an amazing race, because he's showing a lion heart and he's going for it.
Yeah, exactly what you just said. I think he's racing to win, and this is admirable. Maybe now he blows up and comes 10th. I think this is all he can ask for. You know, he pushes his body to the absolute limit every race, and I truly believe that that's how you win big titles. You know, we've seen that Alistair, before he won his Olympic gold, he was leading every race and blew up many times. You know, but he believed in himself, and Rico believes in himself. And yeah, is it going to come down to another sprint finish though? What do you think?
I think it could be a sprint finish. I mean, it was almost looking like San Francisco again, right? Except Kyle kind of like dropped back a little bit. But I can see in his movements, we're watching the big screen, he's putting up his hairband. I spoke actually to Joe Spindler, Joe's coach, who said, just tell him now, cool down, stay cool. And this could be really important, mentally, and it's sort of like, can you program your mind that it's okay, I can deal this, I can conquer this monster in my head.
And it's interesting to see that they've both surged at one point. So Magnus put in a surge and they broke off Kyle, but then straight afterwards Rico came to the front and put in his surge. So it's just a great mental battle also.
Absolutely. And Sam, looking at the two, what would you do right now?
What would I do? I mean, I really don't back my sprint finish against these two, so I would try to just make that time trial the whole race. But yeah, these two, they've been toe-to-toe before. Obviously, Rico lost the sprint finish, so I would expect Rico to try and go with maybe one lap to go and just make the pace as hard as possible.
If there is something that has changed over the last few weeks, is that Joe has worked on numbers, worked really on core temperature. I hope Joe, well obviously Joe is watching, if that training, if that mental stuff, we still need to go into a real heat camp, sort of like Phuket or, you know, high temperature, high humidity. But there is progress.
Well, wherever you go, I'm coming, because it seems to be working.
I was going to say, whatever you're doing at the moment, and you haven't even done that, is absolutely working. And I'm sure if it comes down to a sprint finish, he'll be motivated after what we saw unfold in San Francisco. Alec, I'll let you get back out there as the end of this race gets nearer. Good luck.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Sam. Thank you.
2/3 of this run down, 12 kilometres run. 6 kilometres to go. Marten Van Riel leads Rico Bogan in first and second. Alistair Brownlee at the bottom of your shot there in fourth. You can see the gap to Kyle Smith. It's still quite large, but 30 seconds, it's less than what it was a lap ago. So Alistair Brownlee is eating into that gap to Kyle Smith. And now Alistair Brownlee podium at the T100 World Tour Grand Final would be huge. So Kyle Smith, he is suffering here in the heat and humidity of Dubai, and he has to do everything and go to the absolute depths of hell to hold on to his podium position here in Dubai.
Yeah, you can see the facial expressions here. Kyle is battling for all he's worth to hold on to that podium position. Alistair was about 8 seconds faster on that last lap, and at that pace he wouldn't catch up to Kyle, but he is chipping away, and if Kyle starts to really falter at some point, then Alistair is going to be there ready to pounce.
And it's something, if you listen to the feet and how they're smashing into these concrete tiles, spiked with marble tiles, I should say. Of course, we are in Dubai. It's something you can hear how heavy his step is. He's trying to rank up his cadence. His probably stride length is not what it was in the beginning, and this more and more. Well, if we talked about before seeing Peter Hamrick do an audition for RoboCop, it's starting to look a little bit like Carl is auditioning for a next zombie movie as he fights his way through the last third of this run course.
Rico Bogan back on the front here, and I just can't say enough times how impressed I am with the way that he's raced today. He's been fearless in these conditions, and you know, when we were there just talking with his team, I think what they said was absolutely spot on. You've got to overcome it mentally, first and foremost. And it seems like he really has done that now.
Looks like Justus Nieschlag about to catch Fred Funk.
He's out here for a good time. Go ahead.
Fred being super aggressive and leading much of this race. Two young Germans would know each other well. If I'm not mistaken, they're both actually coached by Dan Lorang. And yeah, wouldn't that be a look into each other's training peaks?
Yeah, again, Justus just having such short prep time for this race, surely wouldn't have had really any time to try and fully acclimatise to the conditions here or put in a specific heat prep block. He only found out 5 days ago that he was going to get a start for this race today, so really just going for it and taking that chance to give himself a shot at a contract for next year.
He's not doing it easy either, though. He is slowly reeling him in. It's almost like you have a rope attached. There we go, a little tap. This is not an aggressive surge. Oh, maybe it is. Actually, on that downhill, yep, that was more a tap on the bum saying, hey, mate, sorry, I'm about to smash you.
Yeah, for him now to look forward, if he wants to try and take another spot, the next athlete on the road would be Mathis Margerier, about 55 seconds or so in front of him. So definitely still doable at this point, but would require either a bit of a blow up from Mathis or a significant surge from Justus.
Alistair Brownlee has a real chance here of catching Kyle Smith. At around that 30 seconds, with Kyle Smith fading and Alistair Brownlee looking really strong, and to your point earlier, Jan, he looks like he's pacing this run far better than we saw maybe 12 months ago. The typical Alistair Brownlee run hard for 5K and then really hurt in the last 5K with just under 5 kilometres to go. He looks like he's running a little bit stronger than Kyle Smith here, and with that carrot just dangling out in front of him of a struggling Kyle Smith, a podium is up for grabs for Alistair Brownlee today.
And imagine that, what that would do on the points rankings, right? Because we have, of course, got elevated points here. That would make a huge difference in the overall rankings. And it just shows if you've got a consistent build-up, you're able to do the work, which, according to all accounts, Alistair has been able to do. Just a phenomenal athlete, and to see him back on the podium would be awesome.
Well, there you go. That is the standings as if things were to finish as they are right now, and that would see Alistair jump up into 5th place. I believe he's in about 11th at the moment, so that would be a huge jump up on the final. But he's an athlete that he's such a competitor. I don't know if I've ever known anyone quite like him out on the race course. So for him to then be able to see Kyle Smith starting to fade, only 25 seconds between them now, I think that's the sort of thing that will really elevate Alistair again and will make him put in that final surge. And the carrot of a podium is huge for someone with his mentality.
I think they're having the carrot of anything. He is a competitor. We've just received the splits. He has had the fastest last lap. So much for that in terms of pacing. And Alistair is somebody who can go so deep. I mean, he has time and time over turned himself inside out to give us the best of the best performances. How good is it to see him have that kind of ability as we speak right now?
4.2 kilometres to go here at the last stop on the T100 World Tour in 2024, the last race of the season. The women finishing yesterday, the men here today on show in Dubai. Marten Van Riel, our current World Championship leader. He's sitting in second behind Rico Bogen, the young German. 4 kilometres to go. That's just over 12 minutes of racing left for these two men to decide who will win the inaugural T100 Grand Final.
And we're seeing the pain on their faces now. I mean, they've got slightly different tells, both of them, as to when they start to struggle. I feel like Rico starts to rock side to side a bit more. His arm carriage starts to get a bit ragged. Then we see with Marten Van Riel, he's always an athlete who rocks his head a little bit, bobs his head side to side as he runs, and that started to increase just in the last kilometre or so as well. So both of these athletes starting to show real signs that they are under the pump. We have 3.8 kilometres left to run to crown the champion of this grand final here today, and both of them are giving absolutely everything as they take on vital water, aid, nutrition, sponges as they go through that aid station. We have a race on.
It doesn't look like any more nutrition right now. This is all a cooling battle, and they're trying to go. The great thing Rico Bogen has here, that I'm pretty sure that Marten Van Riel backs himself in a sprint. He knows in terms of leg speed, he's prepared the Olympics. It's just a different kind of speed that's required. And that might help Rico Bogen, that he won't be attacked. Because if he's attacked and he's in no man's land, that all of a sudden gets very, very difficult. So for him to go a long way. Kyle Smith hurting up here. We can always see Alistair Brownlee just at the very end of your screen there, coming closer and closer. And Kyle is just battling really to hold off Alistair. He's not battling to get up the front. He's just fighting the toughest dog of triathlon, who's chasing him up the ramp right now.
Who would you want less than Alistair Brownlee to be chasing you down for a podium in a grand final?
Stuff of nightmares, I can tell you.
The suffering on Kyle Smith's face here is so real. You can see it, you can almost feel it as we have a look at Alistair Brownlee on the overhead shot. We got this same shot only one lap ago, and Alistair Brownlee was still over 30 seconds behind. that gap, it has reduced, and Alistair Brownlee is right on the heels, chasing down a suffering Kyle Smith for the final spot on the podium here today at the T100 World Tour Grand Final in Dubai.
And that would have huge ramifications for the overall as well. If Rico Bogan were to end up second, if Alistair Brownlee were to come third and pass Kyle Smith into that fourth place, that would elevate Rico Bogan to second in the standings. It's a huge difference in prize money from second in the standings down to fourth. That's a $50,000 difference. So Rico Bogan right now is also willing Alistair Brownlee on to try and overtake Kyle Smith.
The pain these guys are going through right now is just unimaginable. Every fiber in those legs, arms, lungs is screaming. They're going to have a serious debrief tomorrow morning or at breakfast in that conversation. But these two men giving us the show of all shows, who will be crowned T100 champion, world champion, but who will be the Dubai T100 champion?
Is it just me, or does Marten Van Riel look a little bit more in control than Rico Bogan? Rico Bogan, the one pushing the pace. I know he wears his emotions on his face when he races, but Marten Van Riel looks, relatively speaking, cool and composed. And is he thinking about the sprint finish here today? Does he think that's his best avenue to victory?
I do think so, but Sam also spoke to how he just gives away nothing. How in Ibiza, you know, Marten was definitely hurting and didn't show anything, and he wishes he knew that earlier. Right now, he definitely looks like he's got his poker face perfected, and it comes down really to who wants it more. I mean, there really is not much in this. 2.8K to go. It's going to be one heck of a battle as we get eyes on Matthias Margier. What a great race he's had so far.
He looks like he's holding firm in fifth place. When we saw Justus Nieschlag take that sixth place ahead of Frederik Funk a while back, we said at the time it was around about 50 seconds for him to take his next victim, which would be Matthias Margier. That gap hasn't really changed in that time. So right now he's holding firm. As we get eyes back on Kyle Smith. 13 seconds, and it doesn't even look like it's quite that long. I wonder if that gap has shortened since the last timing, Matt. Kyle Smith really starting to struggle now, and Alistair Brownlee smells blood.
13 seconds, 2.5K, that's roughly 5 seconds a K. That is absolutely doable, especially if you've got eyes on someone. You can reel them in slowly but surely. Make no mistake, Kyle is a tough guy. If it comes down to a sprint, this could be one for the ages. We've seen some blue carpet sprints of Alistair Brownlee before. That would just be a phenomenal fight to see who gets onto the Dubai T100 podium.
These are two of the most mentally tough men in World Triathlon, battling it out here for third position, the final spot on the podium on the last stop on the T100 World Tour. And you can see with this overhead shot that Alistair Brownlee has reduced that gap to 10 seconds for the first time today. And Vicky, what you said, Alistair Brownlee, he smells blood. That's not an exaggeration. And we're back to the front of the race. Marten Van Riel is making one final move, one final big move to try and drop the young German Rico Bogan. It's 10 meters, 12 meters. Is this the final decisive move of the day from Marten Van Riel, or can Rico Bogan fight back one last time?
He is holding tough though for now. It is, oh my God, what a surge, what a move. You did say how how Marten looks good. Oh yeah, and that gap is opening up well and truly now.
2 kilometers left to go, and Marten Van Riel has made his move. We thought he might look a little bit better than Rico, but we also thought he might back his sprint finish, knowing the history he's got of winning over that. But it doesn't seem he's willing to wait today. He's starting to stretch out that gap. And finally, the young German seems to have faltered.
We saw in Ibiza that Marten Van Riel attacked Sam Laidlow in the decisive winning move on the downhill. He's done the same here today to Rico Bogan. That gap, it's 5 seconds now with just over 2 kilometres remaining. That's just over 6 minutes in this battle to decide who will be the champion here at the T100 Grand Final in Dubai. Can Marten Van Riel hold on, or does Rico Bogan still have some cards to play?
And look at those heart rates on screen now. They've gone up to in the 90%. And we're seeing now 3 seconds, 2 seconds between Kyle Smith and Alistair Brownlee. This battle for the bronze medal here today is on.
Oh, and Kyle Smith choosing to not cool down on that aid station. He didn't grab it. That is the pressure of the moment. Alistair Brownlee still throwing some water over himself. But we have got 2 action-packed moments back to back as Alistair Brownlee runs himself onto a podium position or thereabout for the first time ever.
Oh,
no. Oh my.
As he's tried to turn the corner in the super shoes, the high stack super shoes, he has tripped over right as he was about to make the pass on Kyle Smith. Will that be decisive? Is there any little injury or niggle? Alistair Brownlee, he seems to have recovered. He was up so quickly and he's already back onto the shoulder of Kyle Smith. Kyle Smith has no idea that has happened behind him. He did not look behind him at all, so clearly didn't hear it. Alistair Brownlee needs to hold his poker face if he is feeling anything from that little stack. The battle for third is heating up here in Dubai.
And I tell you what, if you guys are anything like me, I just got a massive shot of adrenaline. And I tell you what, Alistair Brownlee has had that same feeling, and it's happened to me in training, it's happened to me in racing. It can be such a blessing where all of a sudden you have a superhuman moment because you made an error, because of a small hiccup, and it looks like he's got nothing there. Maybe he even hurt his hand, which can be helpful because it distracts from the pain of your screaming quads as you're trying to hold on there. And Kyle's face just spells one thing: pain.
He's looked like that for about the last 15 kilometers, really. He's looked like he was suffering early on when he was running with Marten Van Riel and Rico Bogan. He hung tough there for a good few laps before he was distanced, but he's still showing so much pain, and we keep seeing his head almost throw back a little bit, and I think that's the real tell that he's under so much strain right now.
Alistair Brownlee makes the pass on Kyle Smith. He just fell less than 1 kilometre to go. Kyle Smith knew something happened behind him. I don't think he had any idea it was that Alistair Brownlee had hit the deck though, so does he know? Here we're going to get a replay to see exactly what happened. So Alistair Brownlee, as he goes to the, oh, it was a little bit of gravel. Did Kyle Smith, oh, Kyle Smith did see it. He just had that little look over his shoulder, so he knew that Alistair Brownlee hit the deck. Will that do anything to his mentality? Alistair Brownlee and Kyle Smith, both of their faces, you can see how badly they're suffering up this hill. One last time with just over 1 kilometre to go in the battle for the podium here, the final spot on the podium, and it looks like Kyle Smith has cracked. It looks like Alistair Brownlee has cracked Kyle Smith. He looks over his shoulder and sees that he has distanced Kyle Smith. This is a huge moment in today's race, and Kyle Smith is gone. That's the podium right there. Alistair Brownlee, the 2-time Olympic gold medalist, has cemented his spot on the podium here in the T100 Dubai Grand Final.
As we now get to see all three of them on the last long straight, 800 meters to go for Marten Van Riel. Oh my God.
He's now got a 15-second gap ahead of Rico Bogan, and it looks like he has well and truly broken away, and he is going to take his first ever world title by winning at the grand final. The perfect way to win. We saw Taylor Knibb deliver exactly in the same manner yesterday by winning the final, winning the title. Looks like Marten Van Riel on the as it stands screen we can see down in the bottom right hand corner of your screen. Marten Van Riel would finish today with 153 points. He would be the world champion, and as things stand, Kyle Smith would stay in second with Rico Bogan in third. He's rocking and rolling quite a bit now. We can see the movement from his head. but it doesn't matter. He's still holding pace. The cadence is high. The distance back to Rico Bogan is staying the same. And there we are back with Alistair Brownlee. The pain is written all over his face, but he has done a great job again of putting a little gap back to Kyle Smith. And what that will do to Kyle mentally, knowing that he just took so much distance over such a short period of time. Surely it's Alistair Brownlee's bronze medal now for the taking.
The ever-professional Alistair Brownlee does up the tri-suit so that everyone can see his sponsors. The veteran of the T100 World Tour, the two-time Olympic gold medalist. Here we have it, Marten Van Riel. He was the overall standings leader coming into the final race in Dubai. If he wins, he is the champion, and he's done just that today with only 300 metres to go. Marten Van Riel, a two-time champion here at the T100 World Tour. He's about to make it 3. And Marten Van Riel, his debut season on the T100 World Tour, the debut season of the T100 World Tour. A 3-time champion, the biggest of them all here at Dubai in the grand final. He is your champion and new world champion, Marten Van Riel, everybody. What a race from the champion today. And what a race from this young German sensation. He has proved everyone wrong. All of us here in commentary included. Rico Bogan, second place at the grand final here in Dubai. What a performance from the young German. Huge from him today. And maybe no story is as heartwarming as this. Alistair Brownlee fighting like he has never fought before on the T100 World Tour to cement his spot on the podium. He's going to take third place here today. For lifelong triathlon fans, you'll know how special this is.
To have a huge result at this point in his career is so special. He's had so many injury, illness problems, and he is back. He is back on the podium.
Third place for Alistair Brownlee here at the T100 Grand Final in Dubai. What a moment for Alistair Brownlee, and what a moment for triathlon. An absolute legend of the sport. And this man, Kyle Smith, he fought so hard today. He was in the battle for the lead early, then involved in a battle with Alistair Brownlee for the podium, but fourth place, still a huge result for Kyle Smith at the grand final here in Dubai.
So sorry, it was you. I don't know what it's you, but well done. Amazing race.
Thanks. Good job, Rico. Well done, man. Really good work. King, good job, mate.
Hi, but sorry. Rough, no?
Yeah.
I was fucking like a harmonica at all. Yeah.
How was it go?
Now we are back with Mathis Margeria. He's going to be the next man across the line in fifth place. A really, really solid day for him too.
Mathis Margeria, he led the bike for much of the day. He held on tough for probably his best run in the back half of the season to finish fifth. A huge result for Mathis today here in Dubai. Justus Nieschlag, he was the late wildcard call-up, 5 days notice to get on a plane and come here to Dubai, and what a performance. Third on his first race in Lake Las Vegas, and backs it up with a 6th place finish here today in Dubai. The Magic Man, Fred Funk, the newlywed, in the battle all day, pushing pace on the bike. You can see how excited he is. 7th place today as he points to that winning finger. huge from Fred Funk. He never has performed like that in the heat before. Quick apologies for the language.
Just hold on.
Just picking up the raw moments as people finish, so unfortunately every now and again we do get a little bit of extra language.
Magnus Ditlev, an up and down day from him today. A mechanical really did make this a tough race for him, but what heart he's shown here in Dubai, coming off Kona. 8th place from the Great Dane here in Dubai. Peter Hemrich, he fights all day in conditions like this. He was born for the heat and humidity. 9th place for Peter Hemrich at the T100 Grand Final. What a moment it was from Marten Van Riel. He was the favourite coming into today, and he proved exactly why that was, taking the tape to become the first ever T100 World Champion, doing it in style by winning the biggest race of them all, the Grand Final. Absolutely epic from Marten Van Riel today.
People say that 100 kilometers is too long to be exciting. This has proven it wrong twice in one weekend. The excitement of racing, how close it is, and we are just getting started. Next year, you will have athletes that are focusing specifically on the 100K distance, and it is only going to get more competitive from here. But what a show that these athletes have put on for us here in Dubai.
And Sam Long about to cross the line. He just races so hard. He does it the hard way. Big gap out of the swim, but holds on so tough. The mental resilience it must take from Sam Long to do what he does, to finish in the top 10 in these races, is so impressive. Sam Long, 5 minutes and 55 seconds down in 10.
I think I'm 10th exactly.
And Yuri Kulin, our Singapore champion. A tough day for him here at Dubai, but what a season he's had. A breakthrough season for Yuri Kulin on the T100 World Tour. 11th place today in Dubai.
A big hug for his coach, and Greg, I gotta say, coming up soon will be the last finish line in the career of one David McNamee. Here at the finish line, they're gonna hold up the tape for him. A chance to break the tape one more time, a special moment to send out one of the best here.
You can see Yuri Kulin just crossed the finish line, our Singapore champion. We would have thought the heat and humidity would have suited him, but it shows just how brutal these races are on the T100 World Tour, Vicky. You have to be at the absolute pinnacle of your game to win one of these things. And here he is, David McNamee, a legendary career, a long career in the sport. He's done pretty much everything in the sport. He's been on all of the big podiums.
And what a touch this is. They're putting up the tape for him to take it one last time as he bows out and finishes his career. What a mark of respect that is for the great athlete that is David McNamee.
Chapeau, David McNamee. Thank you for everything you've done. A bit of a hug for his longtime training partner, Jan Frodeno. What a special moment. Thank you, David McNamee. And Jason West. Oh, he fights all day on the run. 13th place for him here today. Probably not what he would have wanted, but still, Jason West gives everything every time he's on one of these start lines.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Aaron Royal, it's been a tough season for the Australian. 14th place for him here today at Dubai. He plays a big role in the races, leading the swim, pushing the pace early, making it hard for everyone, including himself. But just like Jason West, he always holds tough. 14th place for Aaron Royal.
Genau 7. Das heißt, glaube ich, bin ich genau 10.
Well, he is the real deal. It is Marten Van Riel. He is our men's T100 World Champion. What a race, sir. These guys just doffed their hats to you as you came in. Can you just try and sum up with the microphone how that unfolded out there? Just under 2K to go, you put your foot down and were in total control, it looked like.
I was definitely not in total control, but yeah, I could feel that I had a couple surges in me. Rico is really good at keeping the pace high, but like when I put my first surge in and we dropped Kyle, I could see that he was already suffering a bit. So I knew that with a couple of kilometers to go, I was going to try to put in a big surge. I think that Sam also remembers that one from Ibiza.
I do.
Tell us about how it unfolded. I spoke to your brother, Hendrik, and he said, you know what, you have been so cool, so calm all week, talking about the potential of being the world champion. Now it's here. What does it feel like? These guys know. Does it actually sink in standing here? Or guys, tell us, does it take a long time to sink in?
I think we might have to slap you across the face just to make sure you know it's real, you're not dreaming.
I've been doing that all week, though.
Yeah,
right?
I finally feel like I'm a bit part of the gang here, but...
He's part of the gang.
How good is that? Honestly, wearing #1, going into a World Championship race, I really would love to know how you dealt with the expectation. You know, it's big, and it's hard to perform on such a huge expectation. You've done it today, wearing #1, cementing your place as the first ever T100 World Champion. How good?
Yeah, it was honestly really tough, especially wearing that #1, because in my head I knew that a podium place was good enough, and if you have that in your head, it's actually really hard to go for the win as well. So I was trying to not think too much of the title and just try to perform as good as I could on the day.
Yeah, for me it was super impressive, not just your race, but to be able to do that kind of with the target on your back, you know. And I mean, we spent 2 weeks together and I didn't feel at all like you felt that pressure. You're so relaxed, and I think that's what it takes, you know, to have a world title. It's to be cool, calm and collected when it really matters. And yeah, what a way to kind of finish the year, mate. Fuck, I'm proud of you.
Yeah, I think that also just being with you, Aaron, Glenn, my coach, who helped us out, like that was just a really good, like, relaxed atmosphere. We're just, you know, doing the training, just being mates, like having fun, and I think, yeah, you know, that's what takes the edge off. You know, if you, I heard you on the commentary, Jan, yesterday saying, like, if you approach it with too much pressure, if you approach it with too much, like, thinking about, like, needing to get that world title, it's gonna get hard. And I just try to approach it as a normal race and still have fun. Have fun in training, although actually it wasn't that fun sitting in Sam's wheel.
talking about the bike, what moment was there any moment in the race where you felt like it was slipping away from you potentially or not?
Not really, but I did feel that with the technicality and like the little hills and like not hills, but like the bridges, it was really like a harmonica being in like that 5th, 6th position, and actually it was very surgy, which actually made it quite tough. I was always kind of in control, but I'm actually not sure if it was the best tactic to sit in like 5th, 6th wheel. Maybe it was better to be a bit more up front and like to be able to take your own corners, like your own pace.
And did you hear about Magnus's mechanical at any point? And did this like have an impact on kind of how you approached the run effectively?
Yeah, I did hear. Someone told me like Magnus mechanical, and obviously that's really a bummer, you know, like that's not how you want to decide a world title basically, but yeah, that's unfortunately these things happen as well. But to be honest, once I saw that we were away with 3 on the run, I knew that I was gonna go for the win on the day and like still take the risk to come 3rd.
Emotions are high down here. I'm just going to apologise for the colourful language we heard from Sam Lader there. World champions know how it feels to be a world champion. I'm just going to ask you a question. Obviously, Vegas, you couldn't quite get over the line first, and you'd shaven this moustache. You said you've never lost a race with this moustache. Is that why it's back on?
Yeah, I'm trying to get a new streak. The unbeaten streak is over, so the unbeaten with the moustache streak is on.
It's working. The superstitions are working. Yesterday with Taylor, and now with Marten as well, Jan.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, to be fair, and I just want to make sure you understand that Magnus mechanical or not, I don't think that's what decided the title, right? You went and you did everything. You really made sure that it stayed in your hands. You took control. That's what I find the most impressive. when are you going to the printers to update your training shirt? I think it deserves at least a golden ring around the arm or some nice World Championship detail.
Yeah, we're gonna see. We're gonna find a solution to show that next year.
No more pink and yellow then? Are we going all gold and white?
I don't think we're going all gold and white, but maybe a little golden touch, that could happen.
Rudy Von Berg just crossing the line there. I want to ask you as well, I know you're the kind of character that will have planned a party for later on tonight. What is that looking like, and where do we come to join this?
I'm going to buy a razor and shave that moustache off straight away. That's what we're going to do first.
Make sure the streak doesn't get extended too far.
Martin, tell us.
Nah, well, yeah, I think that I will follow Sam's advice there.
And just tell us a little bit about this season as well. Obviously, I was there actually in Paris, and I saw that you were gutted with your performance there. The ability to just turn your season around like you have and now find yourself on the top of the world.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think that it was very good to have this goal. That was also a really big goal to do well in the T100 series this year, and to be able to do that has been kind of what kept me on and not made me doubt too much about the Olympic Games, because I knew my shape was way better than what I showed there. Unfortunately, like you have one day to show it, and this was just not the one. But yeah, it was really good to have not the time to think about it too much and just have went straight into the T100 series. And yeah, this definitely made for a great season.
Back, eh? Sam, I think, summed it up really nicely. 20 years comes together in one day. I thought that was such a beautiful way to say it. Honestly, how do you feel being somebody who has made that cusp? It's so black and white. People chase that elusive world title a lifelong, and you are here early in your long distance days, and you do it on a first attempt, but having had many years, many setbacks as well, it's got to be a pretty sweet moment.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's all the difficult moments that make the beautiful ones even more beautiful, and yeah, this makes it all worth it. 2022 and 2023 were really hard seasons for me. I think I had 9 months of running, and running is still my insecurity of not being fast enough.
Didn't see that today.
Yeah, but yeah, that's always been a bit my problem. But I think that long distance just suits me better, because it doesn't come down to 100% a run as short distance does these days, and it's more of the three disciplines are important. So I think that I'm finally playing with my best cards.
It was brilliant to watch, Martin. You are our first ever men's T100 World Champion. Enjoy this moment with your team. I know some of your family are here as well. Guys, round of applause, I think, for a World Champion.
Should we take them to the tattoo studio tonight?
Oh, wait, we had a bet on about your hair colour, moustache colour. Who thinks he should tint his moustache the same colour as this suit?
I think that's a yes. Okay, let's go and have a look at the overall championship standings from this year's T100.
What a moment there for the brand new world champion, Marten Van Riel. Winning today, he cemented his spot at the top of the overall standings in 2024, his first ever world championship crown. Kyle Smith, well, he held on for second place despite dropping back to fourth today at Dubai. A massive year from Kyle Smith, a breakthrough year. You can see the gap though, 42 points to Marten Van Riel. Marten Van Riel almost in a league of his own this year and proving why he deserved today's title. Rico Bogan, he was involved in that famous run battle in San Francisco with Marten Van Riel, and again, he was his final competition and final hurdle to overcome for Marten Van Riel, finishing in third. Magnus Ditlev, ever consistent in fourth. Alistair Brownlee, everyone's favourite, the fan favourite. What a race from him today, finishing on the podium and walking up to fifth place in the standings. Sam Long, well, no one does it tougher, and he finishes sixth. Mathis Margeriere races aggressively from the front, seventh place. Peter Hemrich, well, yeah, no one digs deeper on the run than him, and he's done it multiple times this year to finishing eighth. Yuri Killen, our Singapore champion, he finishes in ninth, and his rival and the magic man, Fred Funk, well, he has done it and got inside the top 10. That was his big goal from the year.
We're going to come with our
And here we have it, Clement Mignon, our final finisher today, our final finisher for the year in Dubai of the very first year of the T100 World Tour. What a moment it's been. What a moment for the sport of triathlon. Our first ever World Tour here on the T100 circuit.
It was going to be the off-season. Talk about you.
Well, we have Rico Bogan next to us, second today. Rico, you've proved everyone wrong. You are now very much capable of competing in these hot conditions, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm so proud. So many people said I can't handle the heat, and it really challenged me. And I thought, how can I handle it? And I trained really much on it, and the team around me worked it out. And now I can say, yes, I can do it. I can also handle the heat. I'm so proud of it.
They were your first words to me when you finished. I can do it. Yeah. I can do it. Talk to us a little bit about having that monkey on your back, right? You come here, you know it's going to be tough. Does that ever creep into your mind saying, well, if everybody says it, it must be true? Or are you like, if they say it, I'm going to prove you wrong and I'm going to be here getting that podium spot?
Yeah, it's more that I wanted to prove it to the others. And we trained it and I was really fit and I know that I'm fit. And so, we trained also heat training. I did indoor sessions with long sleeves and thought, it should possible now. And now I proved it to the world. And the mystery pro said I'm the first one. And so many comments there. And fucking hell, no.
Excuse me for the language. Once again, emotions are high down here.
Rico will not winning. Then I'm running 2 kilometers before the finish line with Marten. It's so great.
Yeah, I think a lot of people in your shoes as well, who haven't had great history in the heat, probably would have raced a bit conservatively. And I think it's really admirable to say that you still went for the win and still took that risk. And in the end, yes, you didn't come out with the win, but I think this is it's so good for the future ahead. You know, I think this, the mental battle that you won today is huge.
Yeah, it's really great. Now I can do both cold and heat weather, so hopefully many races to come.
Rubik's Cube solved.
Can I ask you what you'd like to say to your coach, Alec? He's standing off camera filming this entire interview. He looks so proud of you right now. A word on what he's done for you to be able to stand here second on this podium today.
Yeah, this is my manager. My coach is at home, but we are a team. We call us the Three Musketeers, and so the manager, coach, and we really working strongly together. And we built a plan how to handle the heat. We focused on this day here, Dubai, the grand final. We know here are more points, and then in the end it finally worked out.
Talk to us to the importance of being a team. I mean, you have just come and reached the podium of the Dubai T100. If our calculations, at least my calculations, are good, there's another surprise in there for you somewhere. What is the importance of the team in such a strong individual performance?
Yeah, I think triathlon is a complex sport, so you can't do it alone, and you need a team to give things away. I can't handle all the things. Last year after the World Champs, really the media came to me, everything, and it was great that I...
The future Jan Frodeno, they were saying, and all this. So annoying.
So it's good to take tasks to other people, and so it's really important to have a team here.
Rico, the last time we saw you perform this well was in San Francisco. It came down to that sprint finish. You just missed out. Were you backing yourself if it was to come down to a sprint finish this time that you were going to beat Marten Van Riel out there?
Yeah, I would try it, but I think he was stronger today and he deserved to win. But I gave it all out there, so it's okay to be second.
Can I also say as well that you have now finished third in the world standings for this year? If we'd have said that to you at the beginning of this year, would you just kind of taken a hand off with that? What a position.
No, that's really crazy. I was 10th before the race and I thought maybe I'm 8th. Or the main goal was to stay in the top 10 and now I'm third. It's crazy to hear that,
How good does it feel to now go out to all those keyboard warriors who said you were a one-trick pony that couldn't do it in the real conditions? You've proven over a whole season against the best in the world that you are a podium contender and you just got yourself a bronze medal at the T100 World Championships.
yeah, this makes me really proud. And yeah, I'm still young and many years to come. So hopefully always on the podium. Yeah.
Well, what a day for you. I'll let you step out because it has been fantastic. Rico Bogan, a second today here in Dubai. And here is Jack Kelly with the rest of the results from the final men's T100 race of the tour.
Well, I was definitely one of those people who questioned Rico Bogan in the heat, as we all were, to be honest, and he proved us wrong today. You can see his name there up in lights in second. However, Marten Van Riel was the big victor today, taking out not only the win but the overall World Championship. What a race from Marten Van Riel, and the fastest run of the day, 58 minutes and 26 seconds. Alistair Brownlee, two-time Olympic champion. What an honour it is to have him here on the T100 World Tour. He finished your day here at the grand final in third in that epic battle with Kyle Smith, and there was so much drama in that battle. Matthias Margirier, aggressive from the front, fifth position he ended up in. Justus Nieschlag, he got called up 5 days before this race and still finished sixth, competing against guys who dedicated their whole season to this one day. That is impressive. Fred Bunk, the magic man, what a week it's been from him. Married, 7th place here in the biggest race of the year. Magnus Ditlev, ever consistent. Oh, what battles he fought out there today. He did it all solo to finish 8th. Hugely admirable. Peter Hemrich, he fights all day. And Sam Long, well, no one's done the T100 World Tour tougher than him, but what a commendable achievement from him to finish top 10 here at the grand final. And we're going to throw straight back down to Rachel. She's joined by everyone's favourite, the fan favourite, Alistair Brownlee.
Everyone's favourite, the fan favourite, is what Jack Kelly was just saying about you. You left it late, Ali, the last race of the season for your first podium this season.
Yeah, I know, I'm sorry, there's not a lot I could do about that, but I needed some stars to align, and thankfully they aligned for me today.
Not without drama, though. You stacked it at the end there, and we were all, I think, holding our breath, watching, just going, come on, Alistair, and you did it.
Yeah, it was just when I caught him as well. It really couldn't have been any worse timing, but yeah, I knew I was running down the hill there as quickly as I could, and I was pushing it around, some gravel on the corner, but yeah, in terms of the things that could have gone wrong, that's a minor one.
I think in terms of the adversity you had to face today as well, you had a little mishap in T1, little mishap in T2. I feel like you've finally conquered all those things that have thrown you back. It sounds like you've had a good run in. How good does it feel just to have a smooth race, be at the pointy end of the race and just show what you're capable of?
Yeah, I'd forgotten about the World in T1, to be honest, but that feels a long time ago. But yeah, you know what triathlon's like. You know very rarely things are going to go perfect, and you have to train and prepare and try to be able to deal with the stuff that goes wrong. And yeah, I mean, most of the time, unfortunately, I can't. I'm too much near the edge, and I literally need lots of stars to align, because I mean, in terms of like my physical ability, I've been much fitter in some other races this year, and yeah, I just had to do what I could do today.
Jan and me, just before the race, we were talking and we were saying, imagine if Ali has a great race here, how amazing would that be? How did you feel the lead up of this race compared to the other ones? You were just saying that you felt fitter, but where was your headspace?
Yeah, well, I tend to be, I try to take a positive attitude into every race and really not take things that have gone well or badly, just be really level-headed. But yeah, the last 2 months actually have been horrific. I've hardly done any sessions. Yeah, I've done 1 bike session since Ibiza, maybe 2 run sessions, 1 hard swim session. Yeah, it's
muscle memory
so
coming through.
Honestly,
two-time Olympic champion here.
It was only I did a bike session last Sunday, and that was the first decent anything I've done on the bike since Ibiza, and I thought, oh, good, it's kind of good I've still got it, because it's not been there for about 5 weeks.
Fair to say you've still got it today. Yeah.
Triathlon world, watch out. If you can string it all together for a while,
that'd be nice.
Then we're all in trouble.
Ali, one of only a few athletes have done all 7 races this year. How grueling has this entire series been? Obviously, it's our inaugural series and hopefully more races to come next year. But what was this journey like for you this season?
Yeah, well, it's a lot of travel, that's true. It's spread out over the year, and to be honest, I haven't done any other triathlons. So, I've just focused on this. I've done a bit of bike racing around it, but yeah, I mean, really, I've only done 7. I say only, but I've done 7 triathlons. I didn't finish 2 of them, so I've done 5 races, which doesn't actually sound that bad. And my kind of thinking was exactly like this. I can't put all my eggs in a few baskets these days. There's too many uncontrollables. I have to spin the dice turn up to the races with whatever form I've got and see what happens.
And he's such a Yorkshireman, he was just saying, I can't wait for a cup of tea. Well, with that in mind, we'll let you go and find a cup of tea somewhere as we just recap the moment that Marten Van Riel was crowned the first ever men's T100 World Champion.
Marten Van Riel started the day as the favourite. He was wearing number 1. He came in as the overall series leader. All he had to do today was finish second and he won, but yeah, it turned out, Vicky, that wasn't all that was in store for Marten.
He faced a real battle out there today, definitely didn't have a walkover of a race. He put in a shift on the bike, but as he said himself, he didn't spend too much time at the front, and maybe that was a little bit too erratic when the pace went up and down on the bike. He already had his socks on in T2, so he had a swift run out there, and very early on the run it became him and Rico Bogan, and this is the moment he made that decisive move. Yeah, just 2 kilometers from the finish and he put the hammer down.
And here it is, the moment that Marten Van Riel became the first ever men's T100 World Champion. What a race, what a season from the Belgian Marten Van Riel. So impressive, what a day, what a year.
I asked the question to
Vicky,
Marten Van Riel.
What are your takeaways from everything that we've seen today here at Dubai as we get a look at this absolutely epic skyline?
Oh, that skyline and then the light that we've got right now just looks fantastic. You know, the center point there, the Burj Khalifa, I mean, what an iconic view. But to go back to today, my takeaways are Marten Van Riel came in as the hot favorite and he dealt with the pressure perfectly. He laid down the best race he could do. He won on the day. He gets to go away as world champion. What a stellar performance from him. Rico Bogan, exceptional. He's proven once and for all he can do it in the heat.
Well, we just saw Marten Van Riel, of course, cross the finish line as world champion, and I asked him the question, you know, how does it feel when you achieve your dream, when you become world champion? I'm going to ask you two, you're both world champions. When does it sink in? When do you realise you have achieved your life's work, your dream? Jan, I'll go to you first.
Well, I mean, my first ever race I won at all was the Olympic Games, right? And I had visualized that victory so many times that for months, I was like waking up in a nightmare thinking I'd slipped just before. You know, it's a process. It's something that especially Marten would have been striving for many, many years. And I think it'll take some time to settle in.
Do you realise when you're kind of running down this last bit of blue carpet here and you see the little bit of, what do you call it?
Finish tape.
Finish tape. There we go. Lost for words. Finish tape in front of you. Do you realise then, does it hit you then, or is it a day after? Is it a week after that you then realise, I'm having a bit of a rest, I've become a world champion?
Yeah, as Jan said, the first kind of feeling is disbelief. You know, you've pictured an image in your head so many times, you know, maybe for 10, 20 years, and then suddenly suddenly you just see it again. You see that picture again. So you're almost questioning if it is real. And then I would definitely say that it definitely takes 2 or 3 weeks for it to really sink in. And there's some days in the sport, like today, for instance, for Martin and Taylor yesterday, they'll never leave, you know. Whatever happens now, they'll always have that world title, and that's special.
Are you lost for words then, in terms of Martin? Can you not quite comprehend what you've just achieved?
Yeah, I think that's very important. The other thing that athletes have to do is they always have to be in the moment, right? We have to focus and we need to not rest on our laurels. That's kind of a very important thing also for the future. I mean, Martin's just become a world champion, but it's such a weird thing. Now that I've retired, I'm almost able to enjoy those things more than I ever allowed myself at another stage. So I think it's always an active process, and it's something that takes time.
And I think Martin and Taylor are probably already thinking about how they can win next year. You know, it's just a natural kind of professional athlete in us. And so, yeah, as Jan said, I think now that he's retired, he can reflect that. And it's so hard as an athlete to really kind of enjoy it and appreciate, and just you almost feel like imposter syndrome, you know, because you always want more and it's never enough. And yeah, I mean, I really hope that both of these athletes that have won the world title can truly kind of comprehend what they've achieved.
Yeah, well, I'm sure it's starting to sink in a little bit more now. Marten Van Riel is our world champion and our Dubai champion. He's over there on the podium.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the award ceremony of the 2024 Dubai T100. Presenting medals and gifts today will be His Excellency Saeed Harib, Secretary General of the Dubai Sports Council, and Antonio Aramati, the President of World Triathlon, and Sam Renew, the Chief Executive Officer of the Professional Triathletes Organization. In third place, and the winner of the bronze trophy representing Great Britain, Alistair Brownlee. In second place, and the winner of the silver medal, representing Germany, Rico Bogen. In first place, and winner of the gold medal at the 2024 Dubai T100 representing Belgium, Marten Van Riel. Please join us for our athlete celebration. Congratulations to all the winners on the 2024 Dubai T100!
Oh my God.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand by. The award ceremony. World Champions 2024 T100 World Tour.
You've gone in the suit today there, Sammy. You're in a suit. You and Oh, Emma? No, no. Oh, he's right here. Yeah, I was going to Chris.
What a day here today, Vicky, at the grand final of the first ever T100 World Tour. We saw the women's race yesterday with Taylor Knibb getting the victory in that hard-fought battle with Ashley Gentle and Julie Duron. Ashley Gentle finishing second, Julie Duron finishing third. And then here today with Marten Van Riel winning, same as Taylor Knibb, not only the grand final but the overall series. And yeah, what an amazing performance from Rico Bogan and Alistair Brownlee in second and third.
Yeah, some really big takeaways today. You know, we spoke about earlier, Martin handled the pressure so beautifully today to take his first ever world title, and of course the first ever T100 world title. Rico Bogan showing what it does to have doubters and to have people fuel your fire. Saying you can't means that you will, and that you do, and you find a way. And he was so impressive with the way he did that today. Alistair Brownlee, as we've said so many times again, we've seen such spectacles from him across his career, dating back to, 2009 when he won his very first world title, and to see him back on a major podium today was exciting, I think, for all true fans of this sport. And then someone like Justus Nieschlag, for him to be able to turn it around in 5 days, take a chance, take the opportunity he's given to hop on a plane here to Dubai and see whether he can test himself one more time against the best in the world. And he did that really, really well today with that 6th place.
And look at this city that we've been blessed to be a part of here for the grand final, Dubai, the famous Burj Khalifa, the tallest building on planet Earth. What they've done here in 50 years, pretty incredible. A beautiful, clean city full of architectural wondery, really.
And they definitely don't do sunsets everywhere in the world like they do here in the Middle East. That sky is truly stunning, and the reflections off those buildings there, just, absolutely stunning scenes that we've had here today.
And if you want to join us here in 2025, then get your phone out, grab your camera, scan the QR code on your screen. That takes you to where you can register to be a part of it. It's an amazing race. 6,000 people in the fun run last night, over 3,000 people competing in the triathlon here this morning. It was a crazy atmosphere for an age group, or as big as any age group race, really. I think it was one of the 4 or 5 biggest age group races of the year, even potentially, which blew my mind a little bit. And it was packed here. It's quite hard to make your way through to the commentary booth this morning, Vicky.
Yeah, definitely. It was a very, very buzzing atmosphere. So many people around. They've almost created like a little bit of a splash fountain for the little ones out there as well. So there's a bit of cooling down for the family supporters. Really lovely sort of party atmosphere here, and so many people hanging around to watch our world champions be crowned.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the award ceremony of the 2024 T100 World Champions. Presenting trophies will be Antonio Aramani, President of World Triathlon, and Chris Commode, Executive Chairman of the PTO. The T100 World Champions, the Women's World Champion representing the USA, Taylor Knibb. And Men's World Champion representing Belgium, Marten Van Riel. Now please join us for our athlete celebration. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Taylor Knibb and Marten Van Riel, our 2024 T100 World Champions! Ladies and gentlemen, what an incredible season.
Well, emotional scenes for different reasons. David McNamee coming across the blue carpet, the finish line for the final time ever, because that was your last triathlon race of your entire career, 20 years in this career. David, that must have felt a little bit different to usual.
Yeah, I don't think it really hit me until coming in the last 1 kilometre. Somebody shouted to me, "This is the last kilometre you'll ever do in your life." And like, I still intend to keep on running, so it won't actually be my last kilometre, but you know, racing-wise it will be. And yeah,
Did that hit home?
Yeah, it really did. And being Scottish, we aren't used to showing our emotions, and yeah, it's great to be here and great to go out racing the best athletes in the world still. And obviously I would have loved to win today, but I couldn't have thought of a better way to end this year.
Yeah, I mean, I saw you put a post up about this being your last race, and I was kind of annoyed because I felt like you underplayed it. You put this photo of you from the back, and you didn't at all kind of go on about the massive CV that you have had and all these years of racing, whether it be in short course or long course. So yeah, it's been a pleasure to follow your career for me growing up, and yeah, thank you.
No, thank you very much. It's been an incredible 20 years. There's been highlights, low points, and yeah, I look forward to seeing what I do for the next 20 years. I've still not figured it out. I might have to speak to Jan about this later on. So yeah, thank you very much, and yeah.
It's been quite something. I mean, like you spoke to it, you've had all the highs, you've had some lows, you've had a medal at World Championships. I mean, what if you could pick one moment that really stands out, that grabs you, you know, regardless of performance or anything, that you're just like, this is my memory that I will fondly take into retirement? What would it be?
I think the last 100 meters today, really, I never thought it would be, but honestly, the emotions coming down the last 100 meters, and
you're allowed to cry, mate. Come on,
yeah,
give us a tear.
No, I'm Scottish still.
It's cutting onions. He's not crying.
The PTO staff, you know, I wasn't winning the race, but they still had a banner out for me, and yeah, it really means a lot, and I think it was just a perfect send-off.
Do you realize that you've probably helped a lot of people in your career as well achieve great things? I can speak for myself. We had a time that we trained together, you know, with Alistair. You've had times training together. You've contributed, which is something that's unique in a very individual sport. I mean, that speaks to you, but is that something you reflect on?
I wouldn't say too much, but thank you very much for those words. Yeah, for me, sport's just an incredible thing. It brings out the best in people, and I really do mean it. And the beautiful thing about sport is, you know, there's a start line, there's a finish line, and the best person wins. It doesn't matter what your background is. And yeah, just the people that I've met over the last 20 years, it's as much as on the race day, they're enemies and they are rivals. It's the moments away from the racing that I'll actually truly remember for the next 20, 30 years. It's the friendships that I've made. There's a special connection you have when you're training day in and day out with people. And yeah, it's something that I think is very unique.
How proud would little David be of you right now that you managed to have a career spanning 20 years doing something that you absolutely love?
Yeah, for me it's a dream. I grew up always wanting to be a professional athlete. I never thought it would be possible, and yeah, I think the main thing is that I've really enjoyed the journey. It's not always been perfect, but overall I just love sport, full stop, and to be so involved in it over the last 20 years, it's just something that I've lived a dream.
And what is next now for you?
Well, tomorrow I'm not
the big question.
I've been asked that a lot, and I think now for the next couple of weeks I just need to really decompress. It'll be strange waking up tomorrow without a plan. Again, I've not had that before, and a part of me is worried about it, but a part of me is very excited about it, and I think that's the main thing.
I think the skill, tenacity, and endurance you've developed over the years will certainly help you in that journey, figuring it out. Maybe don't go to the US for the next few weeks, because when you get in, they ask you, what's your profession? And I'm like, oh, what's going on here? So
I'm employed.
Exactly. Maybe don't put that on your CV, but give yourself some time. I honestly think, yeah, I look forward to sharing a beer or two later on and discussing it.
David, what a career, what a journey. Enjoy the next adventure, whatever that may be. Thank you very much from all of us here and the Triathlon Word for being a part of this journey and for an incredible career. David, Mac and me.
Thank you very much, and yeah, again, thank you for the PTO. It's been involved in this series. The inaugural World Grand Tour has been, it's been special, and it's the perfect end of my journey in sport.
It has indeed, well said. Thank you very much for being a part of it. Well, let's turn our attention back to yesterday when we got to crown our first ever T100 World Champion. Of course, it was Taylor Knibb, and this is how she did it.
Taylor Knibb, she was the big favourite going into yesterday's race. She's proved herself to be almost unbeatable over the T100 distance. She was 3 wins from 3 starts going into yesterday's race, and sure enough, she made it 4 wins from 4 starts and cemented her spot as the first ever world champion on the T100 World Tour. Although, Vicky, she didn't have it her own way all day yesterday. Her 2 big rivals, Ashley Gentle and Julie Deron, made her work for everything she got yesterday.
Yeah, we saw them make that swim pack in an unusually large group that came out of those incredibly hot waters, 9 athletes away early on. And that would have shaken Taylor Knibb a little bit to see those main rivals there. And she had to work incredibly hard to even get to the front of the race. This is the moment she passed Ashley Gentle, and they were already roughly 10 kilometers in at this point. And from that point on, she went to overtake Julie Deron and head to the very front of the race, and had to try and take a little bit of time out of these very, very fast runners coming from behind.
A lot of people question Taylor Knibb's run. She's shown time and time again that she's a good runner, but the question is she a great runner? And she went to depths that not many people are willing to in yesterday's race to win on the run. Ashley Gentle got down to within 50 seconds after coming off the bike, 2 minutes and 50 seconds down, and it looked at one point like Taylor Knibb's great rival Ashley Gentle was going to catch her. A lot of talk about Julie Deron being the person, but Ashley Gentle showed what champions are made from, but not quite to the same level as this woman on your screen, your brand new first ever world champion, Taylor Knibb, who really showed the courage of a world champion when Ashley Gentle faltered at the very last moment. And that 50-second gap, it blew out to the point where Julie Deron managed to re-overtake Ashley Gentle and get second place, while Taylor Knibb, 4 from 4, 4 starts, 4 wins on the T100 World Tour this year in 2024, and became the first ever world champion. Julie Deron in second place. She pretty much only comes second here in the World Tour. What a debut season. And Ashley Gentle, well, she's always been called the queen of the P1 of the PTO and queen of the T100 World Tour, but I guess we have to say there's a new queen on the block, Taylor Knibb, our first ever world champion.
Well, that is it, and what a backdrop for this season finale of the first ever T100 World Tour. The skyline of Dubai in the heat and humidity of the desert. A fitting place, I feel, to crown 2 world champions who are alongside us right now. Taylor Knibb yesterday, Marten Van Riel just a few moments ago. Taylor, I'll start with you. How was last night? Did you celebrate? What did it look like?
Did you want the real answer?
I want the real answer. We all want the real answer.
Well, there's only one person for drug testing, so it took a very long time. So that's the real answer. I left here about 8:30 p.m., got dinner, went to bed, woke up at 5 because it's like wired but tired, and I had a lot of caffeine yesterday for me, so that's been the past 24 hours.
The glamorous life of a triathlete. I also know what you're like. You love to pick apart the race. Have you yet managed to catch a glimpse of it? We were just watching the highlights there. Have you managed to watch any of it yet?
No, and I don't know how much picking apart there'll be, but I'm just very grateful for yesterday, and it was a struggle the whole way.
Marten, did you watch any of Taylor's race yesterday, and how much maybe did it inspire you to your performance and your title today?
I watched everything actually, and I have to say that Taylor actually made me a bit more nervous than inspiring, because I think that it was maybe the most hard-fought race of the year for you, and I was kind of realizing like, oh, yeah, this is gonna be hard, you know. I mean, this grand final counts for extra points, and it's for sure counting for the points. So yeah, I was actually getting a bit more nervous from watching Taylor.
What does that feel like to hear?
Well, hopefully it tempered your expectations, so it was easier.
How much mutual respect is there amongst you all? You all know exactly what it takes to win world titles, especially between the two of you on this T100 tour as well. When you know exactly what someone's done next to you, how much respect does that give each other?
Well, I have more because I wasn't running like dueling the whole way, and with like having to make that break, I don't know if I could have like shifted gears like that. So massive respect to you and to commit to a decision. But we have different race tactics, and I know the dynamics of the races are different. So yes, massive respect though.
Yeah, same for me. I mean, Taylor is just upping the game. I'm sure that in the next couple of years people will catch up, but she's kind of revolutionizing the middle distance for the women, and like the level that she's showing is inspirational, and yeah, it's gonna take very, very strong ladies to catch up to her, so it's inspiring to see.
Yeah, for me personally, it was like, you guys have really like made my trip here. I found it difficult to wake up this morning and think that, for instance, I can't even compete, and I thought I was going to hate it. But I mean, you guys are not just amazing athletes, amazing humans, and what I love the most is that I feel like the titles have gone to swim bikers and runners. You know, it's not someone who's just hit all ride and won the race. You guys bring it the whole day, and it's so inspiring, and I think the titles can be more deserving.
All right, guys, do we think the celebration this evening is going to be a little bit more elaborate than doping control and can we at least crack the chocolate fountain, maybe, you know, practice on that champagne spraying? If there's anything I have to criticize of your day yesterday, the champagne spraying, you know, we can work on that maybe tonight, athletes party, something like that.
Well, if you'd like to work on your champagne spraying, I'll take note.
I've got it down pat. I'm fine.
Martin?
Well, yeah, I would take a lesson from the champion. So let's go for some champagne spraying.
The party will just be spraying each other.
Okay, well, go and enjoy the party with the champagne, wherever that may be. Both are world champions, T100 World Champions, Marten Van Riel and Taylor Knibb.
Yep.
You both go. Thank you so much.
You can have finish line shots.
They're going finish line shots. There we go. Taylor's telling us where you're going. I'm going to usher you both out. Thank you very much. You've been excellent to watch. We're going to get Sam Long in, so I think we need a yo, guys. Sam Long is joining this finish line party. Sam Long, please. Sam Long, if you would stand in here.
Persistent and tenacious.
You have been, can I have one too? An absolute pleasure to watch all season. I'm just going to say that. I know this isn't what you wanted today, and it's, you know, it's quite raw right now.
Yeah.
Your season as a whole, though, it's been quite the journey, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, today's tough. Yeah, I guess, you know, often I've got a lot to say, but today I don't have much to say.
Absolute legend, everyone's saying off camera, and
yeah,
all of us agree here, Sam.
It just takes a lot of strength to fight like this every time.
Sam, if you don't... Sam, if you don't want to...
People don't know what it's so hard.
Do you want to go and talk to Jan? And
yeah, that's...
Sam Long.
I honestly think this just shows how hard this man is fighting every single time, and that's why we love you. You inspire a whole community because you just keep on fighting every single time.
So hard.
And we all know you'll make it through this dip, and it's not. I mean, I didn't come away from today thinking that was a dip, man. You came out of the swim and fight. You weren't further away than the last race, even though there was no wetsuit. And what really kind of inspires me is, like, I mean, us three this morning were in the pool together, and you were like, your ears were open, like you were listening to every bit of advice, you know, and that's so inspiring, truly. And I think, man, I know you'll make it one day. And I mean, today is just a small dip in that ladder, and just remind yourself that someone somewhere is quitting now, you know, and you're not a quitter, man, and we all know that.
Yeah, no, thank you guys. I mean, of course, you never quit, and sometimes it can be emotional. The thing is, I actually executed, for me, quite a good swim, and my bike power and run were great. Like, I executed what I was capable of, but you swim like that, and the dynamics, it's however many people against one, and there's just, it's literally not possible. I think with where I was on the course, I did as well as I possibly could, and don't forget, it's been a long season, and you came into the start of the season so hot, man. Like, you were the fittest guy pretty much, bar to swim at the start of the season, and to carry that out through the whole year, it's difficult. Right? Yeah, for sure. So anyways, I take it with me. And
Sam, I'm going to let you go. You inspire an entire community, and you also inspire Lara and Leo, who I know will be watching at home. You are their biggest inspiration, and thank you for being part of this tour and 6th in the world. We're going to get to see you do it all again next year. Please come back and show the world what you're capable of. We can't wait to see what changes you make in that off-season. Nailing this swim. Sam Long, you have been an absolute superstar. Can we give a round of applause?
Thank you, guys.
Sam, we're going to let you go. Thank you very much. It shows what absolute warriors, not only those two, your world champions are, but what Sam Long and the rest of the field put themselves through every single day, every single race to try and be the best they can possibly be. And sometimes it doesn't work out, as we just bring Vicky Holland in to join the party here. Oh, Sam, it was so emotional for him. It's been the journey for everyone, and we've all been a part of this journey all season in very different capacities. Vic,
Yes,
I'm going to bring you in just on today and the entire season. What's been your highlight?
Oh, wow. I mean, I think we couldn't have really asked for much more drama at the finish. Everyone wants to see great racing all season long, but what you really want is the finale to be just the crowning piece. And especially with that women's race yesterday, so much question marks over could Taylor deliver the run that she needed to, could Ashley get in front of her. That was such an exciting finale, and that just had everything, all the drama. And then today to see Marten just hold it together with utter class under that pressure, I thought was fantastic.
Sam, you're a part of the tour. What's it meant to be a part of this epic new tour that the T100 has put on?
Yeah, I don't think we can probably even realise what the tour's done for professional triathlon. I grew up in a family of triathletes, and my parents believed that I could be a professional triathlete, but there was still that question mark. We didn't even really know if I could make a living from it. And then now kind of it's common knowledge that you can, and I think we'll only realise this in maybe 10 years, and we need to thank all the staff, but also the athletes. We have some amazing personalities in the sport right now, and we just saw Sam. I mean, how much it means to him to perform here, you know, and how much passion and drive they have to give everything to the sport is admirable. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm going to let you have the final word as well. What it's meant this year and next year, it's going to get bigger and better.
That's exactly the thing. It is going to get bigger and better, which is hard to believe, because if you look at the standard and how it's been raised, it's just absolutely wonderful to see. Professional triathlon has been looking for something like this, and the energy that has been put in by all the team across the board. We get to celebrate it fittingly, I think, in front of this backdrop tonight, but there is so much work going on. All I can say from my end is a big thank you to everyone working on this, but also all the fans switching on and making this dream possible.
I'm going to reiterate that now from everybody here, behind the screen and in front of the screen. What a first year of the T100 we have had. Taylor Knibb and Marten Van Riel are your world champions. That is it for this season. We get to do it all again in 2025. It's going to be bigger and better. Come and join us for next year. Thank you. Goodbye. It's the Homestead Miami Speedway circuit.
It is seconds out in Singapore, here in San Francisco. London is the next stop. Beautiful Ibiza, Lake Las Vegas.
The real contenders ask what you are capable of, and that's your best.
On your mark. And we are racing.
For the lead, here comes Magnus Ditlev, first ever winner of the T100.
What happened in Miami? It gives me goosebumps when I think about it.
She has just stunned the world.
Everyone is storming.
I cannot believe it. First penalty.
This year feels for me like such a dream that I'm not being able to wake up from. Can someone hold my hand?
In triathlon, much of the spirit of the sport is actually finishing.
Constantly fighting against the pressure that I put on myself after Singapore.
To be on a podium, something so special, especially in the T100. Yeah, it's hard nowadays.
Kenny Harris got a punch here.
Stand late though, you are the champion here. T100 London, your home race.
When you really hit rock bottom, you never know what tomorrow might bring.
I want to beat them. I'm ready to explode the T100 series.
Marten Van Riel, cost me!
Oh my goodness!
The emergence of a star. Jelle Geens wins. Taylor Nipp, 3 from 3. The best in the sport right now.
I think I'm setting a standard, but also you have to seal the deal at the grand final. We could be having a very different conversation in 4 weeks' time.
And we are here, the last race on the T100 World Tour. We have a race on our hands. Taylor Nipp, you are a world champion! All of the biggest names in men's long distance triathlon are here. Get ready for some brutal racing.
He's in the driving seat.
Deja vu here, the same 3 men at the front of this race. And new world champion Marten Van Riel.